Good evening, everybody. Oh my gosh, it's election night again. You're going to be covering the Tennessee House special election. This is for a U.S. House seat. Oh my goodness. This is a seat, this is a district that is normally very pro-Republican, very pro-Trump. A recent poll had this a 2-point race, though. So what is going to happen? This race has been getting national attention. So we're here. We're on a little early. We're going to do a little pre-coverage. And then at 8 Eastern time, the polls close. So we're going to talk about it more. Our viewer, Tommy Johns, has just moved from Middle Tennessee. So we're going to be covering this live for you. What's going to happen? Again, President Trump won this district by 22 points in 2024. And the previous candidate, was it Mark Green? The previous candidate who resigned, which is why we're having a special election, he won in 2024 by about 20 points as well. Yeah, Mark Green won by 21.5 points in 2024. So we are going to bring you live coverage here. And we got the Decision Desk HQ votes platform. This is this new platform Decision Desk HQ is developing that I pay them to use. But we're going to have their live results, which is exciting. Also, they're making this public. You can sign up for the wait list for when they make this public. Where is it? I have it right here, if anybody's interested. You can sign up for the wait list for the DDHQ votes dashboard at votes.decisiondeskhq.com. If you want to sign up for the wait list, I'll put it in the chat. They're beta testing it right now. But that's the platform we'll be using, but we'll have their live election data. No votes counted yet, of course. Excited to be working with Decision Desk HQ, and we'll actually be using their dashboard and their data throughout 2026 as well. So very excited to be working with Decision Desk HQ. This part of Tennessee is actually not Eastern time. This part of Tennessee where this district is Central time. If you look at a map, for example, on Wikipedia, you can see that Tennessee is actually split. This is nationalatlas.gov. You can see this Tennessee is split. The time zone goes right through Tennessee. And this district is to the west of that line. That map, by the way, is from the Time in the United States article from Wikipedia. Evelyn in Maine says voters in line can still cast ballots. That sounds like it'd be right to me. I don't have that confirmed myself, but I can actually show you the website where the state has the info. Here's the state site. Special election information. All polls close at 7 p.m. Central Time. Eligible voters in line by the time the polls close will be able to vote. So we're going to talk about this, and there's a lot of national attention that has gone into this race. The spending has risen on this race. People are looking to see, could this be a sign of how the 2026 midterms are going to go? The district, by the way, you can see it right here on Wikipedia. It runs north to south through the middle of Tennessee, a little towards the western side of Tennessee. And it includes, is it part of Nashville? I forgot to look that up. Is it all of Nashville or part of Nashville? Current boundaries. I have to look this up. I honestly don't know. I have to look that up. I meant to look it up and I never did. One of the viewers said part of Nashville. I'm looking this up right now. I believe it is part of Nashville. Should say it in here, shouldn't it? In this article here? I would think in the Wikipedia article it says it. Uh, 73. Oh, redistricting after the 2020 census made the district somewhat less Republican. This was because Tennessee's legislature cracked heavily Democratic Nashville between congressional districts. So it is not all of Nashville. All right, so excited to cover this. We're going to give you some background. We're going to give you some background on this election. We're going to take your comments. We might do a poll here to see what you think, although those tend to be popularity contests, I think, a lot, if we do a poll like that. But who knows? Maybe we'll do it anyway. So let me take some comments from you guys. And the two people running, which you can see right here from AP, the two people running are Aftyn Behn. She is the Democrat. She's on the left. And Matt Van Epps, the Republican, he is on the right. So we'll talk more about them as well. Let me read some comments from you guys here, and we're going to get into this. So thanks for being with us. I want to thank our moderators too. Where is our, here? There's our vote total, which is nothing yet, but I mean, 8 Eastern time is when the polls close. Hey, let me, by the way, thanks to our moderators who are here. We have Ruth is moderating on YouTube and Janet B. Thank you so much. And we have all of our other YouTube moderators. Thank you. I want to thank our Twitch moderators. Thanks to them. Oops, I got to pull this up here. I got that fire, Sarah in Surly Dev. Thank you very much. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And also, oops, you can't see me. I disappeared. When Facebook loads, thanks to Shannon Davis Hughes is moderating. Thank you, Shannon. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley over on Facebook. Thank you. Hold on a second here. All right, so let me read some comments. Do they vote by mail or only at the polls? There has been early voting. I assume there's some voting by mail, but I don't know. But I know there's been early voting. Let's see here. I would have to look that up. I mean, there is absentee voting in Tennessee. There is such a thing, so I assume some people have voted like this way. But you can see they have a whole guide to absentee voting. And then I assume they had early in-person voting. I don't know. I'm trying to find here. Let's see here. I don't have that handy. Velogen says there was early voting. Benson says there is early voting. That's my thought. I don't want to start going past what I know for sure. A number of our viewers say there has been early voting. P-No2NR says there has been early voting. Okay, let's see here. Bill Hollywood thinks Matt Van Epps will win. Bet on it. Now, by the way, betting markets have right now the Matt Van Epps as the favorite. I mean, this is a district that in 2024, President Trump won by 22 points, and the Republican candidate for this House seat in 2024 won it by over 21 points. So pretty unsurprisingly, for example, there's the Kalshi market data on your screen. You have to bet 91 cents on Matt Van Epps to get $1 back. So you win about 10 cents on your 90 cents. Whereas if you bet 11 cents on the Democratic candidate, Aftyn Behn, and she wins, you get $1 back, so you win about 90 cents. So again, it's the current odds, the betting odds on Kalshi favor greatly the Republican. But it's very interesting. There was a poll that came out, I believe the last major poll on this was the Emerson poll, if I have that right. And Emerson poll had this race at 2% difference. Now that was a little while ago. Let me see if I can pull that up here. Yeah, Emerson Polling had a poll that they did from November 22nd to 24th. And that poll had Van Epps at 48%, Behn at 46%, other at 2%, and undecided at 5%. So even if it's that close, it would be surprising in the sense that, I mean, this is normally a very Republican district. I have some analysis here too I want to show you. Got a bunch to talk about here. So we're going to cover this only an hour and a half or so until 1 hour and 35 minutes till the polls close. Oh, let me thank a couple people. Let me take some more comments and questions and give you some background here. Devil Dog says, I live in District 7. Dr. Green retired. He is a physician. He's pursuing a private practice. Lots of blue voters from Cali have moved in. Yeah, Mark Green. Hold on a second here. There is Mark Green right there. Tennessee politician. Also physician and retired U.S. Army surgeon. He announced on June 9th that he would be resigning after passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act to take a job in the private sector. His last day in office was July 20th. Thank you, by the way, to, hold on. Thank you to Devil Dog. I appreciate that. Thanks also House of Stitches. And Pat W., our member. Thanks also Ethereal Planets and Jerry Kovacs, Georgia Peach. Thanks for your support. Let's get a little background here on this. Let me tell you about some of the candidates. By the way, Matt Van Epps is a strong supporter of President Trump. On the other hand, so he talks about how he's, one thing I've seen him talk about in interviews is how he's a supporter of Trump. And a big thing that Aftyn Behn talks about when she is in public is affordability. So you can see here, AP says President Trump and Republicans will try to bounce back from recent losses around the country when Tennessee voters choose the next representative for the reliably conservative 7th House Congressional District in Tennessee today. The special election, which was organized after Representative Mark Green resigned this summer, saw an unexpected surge of spending in recent weeks, flooding the airwaves and filling residents' mailboxes with campaign flyers. Matt Van Epps, the Republican candidate, has been backed by more than $1 million from MAGA Inc., It is the first time the Trump-supporting super PAC has spent money on a campaign since last year's presidential race, a reflection of this contest's outsized importance. House Speaker Johnson and GOP Chair Joe Gruters rallied supporters in Tennessee on Monday. Trump addressed the crowd by phone and later held a tele-rally for Van Epps, his second of the general election. If you remember, back on Election Day, Democrats won by wide margins in New Jersey, Virginia, and elsewhere, and a strong showing in Tennessee could further embolden the party ahead of midterm elections next November. The House Majority PAC has put $1 million, that must be a left-leaning PAC, behind State Rep Aftyn Behn, the Democratic candidate. The 7th District is one of 3 seats redrawn in 2022 to erode the influence of Nashville, the state's largest city and a Democratic stronghold. Only about 1 out of 5 of the 7th District's registered voters are in Nashville, and last year it went to Green by 21 points and to Trump by a similar margin. So basically, the lawmakers redrew the congressional maps to break up Nashville and break up its, I assume, largely more Democratic voting base, break it up among different districts. Let's see here. Republicans have tried to turn Van Epps is a former state general services commissioner from Nashville who previously served as an Army helicopter pilot to boost his. And Trump held a virtual rally to boost Epps' candidacy. But Epps is a former state official from Nashville who previously served as an Army helicopter pilot. Republicans have tried to turn Bain's own words against her in television advertising, such as when she described herself as a radical or claimed to be bullying immigration agents and state police officers. A frequent target are comments Bain made about Nashville years ago when she said, "I hate this city," and complained about bachelorette parties. Behn has focused on pocketbook issues. Behn has condemned Trump's tariffs and tax cut legislation. Something else I've seen Behn talking about is wanting to get the subsidies for Obamacare that are supposed to expire at the end of the year, wanting to get those restored. There's a picture of Matt Van Epps right there. I'm actually going to show you. We have some neat. We have a neat article from. I'm going to take some comments from you guys. We have a neat. This is the Decision Desk HQ votes dashboard. Which is really cool that we can use this. Again, I am paying them, but we'll be using Decision Desk HQ voting data throughout 2026, which is really exciting. I have this cool article from them about, I want to look at some of their analysis about this election. Could Democrats flip a solidly red seat in Tennessee's special election? Our viewer Jim Aconius has a good question. Jim Aconius says, did they have a debate? Jim, sometimes I forget to do things. And last night I was doing some reading on this and watching some videos, and I completely forgot. I just remembered to look up. I watched some videos of both of them, and I forgot to look up. I was going to see if they had a debate, and I just dropped the ball. So let's see here if I can find something. Now, nothing came up. I don't see anything. When I go on YouTube and I search, I don't see any debate video comes up. When I looked last night, I didn't see anything either. So maybe they did, but I don't see any video of it. Let's see here. We'll see what our viewers say. Maybe they had a debate and I just couldn't find the video. Maybe it's not up on YouTube. I don't know. Let's see here. Jane Noswich said that Aftyn Behn later clarified her statement that she wants Nashville to be better for the population living there. Pippi thinks it will be close and Behn will win. That would be a huge upset if Behn won. We'll see if it's close or not. P.S. Frazier says, if she wins, the Trump meltdown will be epic. The vote is for a House seat. It's for a seat for the U.S. House, for the U.S. House of Representatives. Yes, as I Am Charlie says, currently the voting markets strongly favor, the betting markets, at least that I have seen, strongly favor Epps. Matt Van Epps. On Kalshi, for example, 91% favorite to win, Matt Van Epps. You never know, though. Thanks, I Am Charlie. Betting markets, not voting markets. Hey, let's look at, okay, so here's what we're going to do. So we have less than 90 minutes till the polls close. I'm really excited to be covering this. We're going to be taking a bunch of your comments. I'm going to show you some analysis about the election in a moment. And when the votes come in, we're going to have the live updates from Decision Desk HQ. We're going to have real-time vote updates. So excited to bring you that. First, I'm about to show you the Decision Desk HQ analysis. But before we get into that, this is one of our sponsored episodes. I really appreciate our sponsor, Gold Safe Exchange. So let's just take a minute, hear something about our sponsor, and then right after that, we'll get into the DDHQ analysis of this election. You know, a number of people these days are investing in gold, silver, and other precious metals as a way of diversifying their portfolio. If you're interested in purchasing some precious metals, one way you can do that is with a precious metals IRA. This is an IRS-approved type of IRA in which your savings are invested into gold or other precious metals. If that kind of thing sounds interesting to you, if you want to know more, you can reach out to the folks at Gold Safe Exchange. They specialize in gold IRAs and other precious metals IRAs. Gold Safe Exchange puts a priority on customer service and transparency. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They have a price match guarantee. If you find a lower quote, they'll beat it. And they explain their processes in clear language so their clients know what's happening with their money. Also, they abide by all government security and safety standards. So if you're even a little interested in opening a gold IRA or other precious metals IRA, call Gold Safe Exchange at 800-341-6727 for a no-pressure chat. Or visit them on the web at goldsafeexchange.com/agenda-free. And mention Agenda-Free TV when you reach out to access a special offer where you could get free gold or silver with qualifying purchases. All right, let's get some analysis about this election. Very interesting. You might wonder, what's the big deal with this election? Isn't it just going to be a blowout? Trump won this district by 22 points. The Republican mark in 2024, the Republican mark, that's just last year. That's just last year. A year ago, Trump won this by 22 points. A year ago, 13 months ago, Mark Green, the previous House member who held this seat, Republican, he won by 21.5 points. So could this really be close? So you can see right here, DDHQ, Decision Desk HQ says, could Democrats flip a solidly red seat in Tennessee's special election? Now, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I want to go through some of this for you. You can see the district is solidly Republican, but despite its red hue, the seat looks to have a highly competitive special election today. Limited polling shows a close race. The last major poll I saw, Emerson had it as a 2-point race. Super PACs aligned with national parties have poured money into the campaign. If Democrats were to spring an upset in this contest, it would be one of the biggest special election flips in recent memory. So the article talks about how it's President Trump's first year in office. His job approval rating has reached a low point. Republicans are worried about losing a solidly red seat in a December special election. Let's see here. This is the 7th district, even though this is a seat Trump carried by 22 points. But in a political environment in which Democrats are strongly outperforming their 2024 numbers, the special election tonight will test just how far to the left a firmly right-leaning turf can swing. Okay, I want to skip down here. Van Epps faces some of the same electoral headwinds Republicans had to navigate in 2017 due to Trump's mediocre job approval rating, and an animated Democratic opposition. While the Republicans are favored to hold on to this seat, the electoral environment is favorable enough for Democrats that this race could be very competitive. On average, the vote across 5 special elections for the U.S. House during this year in 2025 has swung 20 points more Democratic in margin from the presidential votes in the same district in November 2024. That 20-point average swing in special elections is quite near the 22-point swing that Democrats would need to flip this district. Interesting. Then they talk about some of the previous special elections. Okay. A Democratic win in Tennessee would be the 4th biggest special election flip in the last 20 years. Decision Desk HQ thinks the most likely outcome is close but no cigar for Democrats. In special elections over the last 20 years, the incumbent party has rarely lost a seat that sat on turf as favorable as this district is for the GOP. Okay. I told you about this. Although Van Epps remains somewhat favored in such a race, red district, the only nonpartisan public poll, which I mentioned a little while ago, suggests Behn is nipping at his heels. An Emerson College The Hill survey conducted on November 22nd to 24th found Matt Van Epps, the Republican, ahead 48 to 46%, a finding inside the margin of error. When the pollster pushed undecided respondents to pick a candidate, Van Epps still led by about 2%. That survey was better for Behn than 2 earlier surveys conducted mid-October by Democratic pollsters that each found Van Epps leading by 8 points. Okay. Also, they say, let's go here. Now, there's this other question of how much do Democrats turn out? How much do Republicans turn out? I read one other interesting thing I wanted to mention is I read something yesterday from this voting analysis site called VoteHub. VoteHub.com had an article about this. And a point that the VoteHub.com article made, you can go to VoteHub.com and see it if you'd like. It's called Tennessee 07 Early Vote. Democrats are punching above their weight. But a point that this article said in VoteHub, it said that because this article thought that because this race has gotten a lot of attention in recent weeks, it hurts the Democrats' chances. Because, did it say because people are going to get worried about it coming and start, Republicans might get worried and come out to vote where they might have before? Is that the reasoning? Let me just see here. Yeah, it compares it to a race in Florida in April that where the early polling alarmed Republicans. And then as worries got worse, Republicans ended up with a comfortable win. But I think the point that VoteHub is making is if it gets a lot of attention and there's a lot of attention being paid to this race and all this publicity saying, oh my gosh, it's so close, even though it's a really Republican district. Look at how close the polls are. the point that VoteHub, I think, is making is, well, the more publicity it gets, the more likely that Republicans who live there say, oh my gosh, I was just going to stay home because this race is going to be a blowout, but I better go vote because it's close now. You see what I'm saying? So that's a line of thinking. I'm not saying you have to agree with that, but it was an interesting point. So anyways, we'll just have to see what happens. But again, this is just a year ago, they were choosing the Republican representative by 21.5%. Let me take some comments from you guys. Maybe we'll do a poll in our chat here. What do you think? Sparkplug thinks it would probably go both ways. So Sparkplug, our viewer, is saying, well, maybe if it gets more publicity, Republicans get scared and come out and vote. But Sparkplug says maybe there are Democrats who normally wouldn't vote in the race because they think, well, what's my vote going to do? My candidate has no chance. But if they hear it's close, they might be motivated to go out and vote. That's an interesting point. I don't know. Tim Riley says, vote like you are losing. The old bag says Tennessee isn't Tennessee anymore. I have not heard any polling from today, Amber Gates. Amber Gates said, how is the turnout looking? I haven't heard anything about that, but give me a second here. That reminded me of something. Just give me a moment. Yeah, so Fox News had a report today where they said that Matt Van Epps, who's the Republican candidate, said he is getting incredible reports back all across the district. Now, that's Matt Van Epps saying that. I'm guessing both candidates might say that if you ask them. But so I don't have any, myself, reliable reports that I've seen about the turnout, but I'll keep an eye on it. And I also don't know, will we get exit polls coming out on at 8 p.m. Eastern time, or are we just going to start seeing votes start to be reported? Let me just check a couple things here. Hold on a second here. There's a couple other races that we might follow too. I was reading about this mayoral race in Roswell, Georgia, where I actually lived for years back. And then it's like a Republican versus a Democrat, but I don't know to what degree that's a nationalized race. I mean, it's a mayoral race. So you could have a lot of people voting on local issues. Where is that at? Can I find that over here? I'm sure it's here somewhere. What if I find a race? Roswell? Was this going to work? Mayor of Roswell. Georgia, not... I don't know if I can find it. No results found. I don't know if it's on here. I have to look up the year. Page, I don't know if they have that in here. I'll have to look that up. Georgia. All right, I'm not going to worry about it right now. Maybe I'll look later. But there might be some other races we talk about too. I don't know if there's going to be exit polling for this race that we see. Hey, thanks, I Am Charlie, for the gift memberships. And also DB for being a member. And thanks, I Am Charlie, for your support. And also Paractorius. Paractorius, thanks for your support. And Paractorius mentioned that Mandela Barnes today announced he was running for, what is it, for governor? No, not that. I'm sorry. Hold on. I think. Yes, in Wisconsin. Yes, Politico's, sorry, this is a whole other thing. I don't want to get too off the topic on this, but what our viewer was mentioning is right here. Here. Democrat Mandela Barnes, a former U.S. Senate candidate, enters the Wisconsin governor's race. Now, I don't even know when the primary is. We're going to be covering, in 2026, we're going to be covering all kinds of primaries, governor races, House races, Senate races, maybe some local races. So we're going to be covering all kinds of races during 2026. Looking forward to doing that. We'll have a bunch of election coverage, results coverage shows. If Lee Plain says Al Gore is campaigning for Aftyn Behn, that is true. He has done campaigning for Aftyn Behn. By the way, Reuters says Tennessee special election will affect balance of power in U.S. House. Remember, Republicans only have a small margin in the U.S. House, so every seat counts. Is it 219? Yeah, it's 219, 213 right now for Republicans. Let's see here. Why don't we do a quick poll? We're going to do a poll. Maybe we'll do... Van Epps by more than 5. Van Epps by 0 to 5. Behn wins. I'll give you 3 choices. Van Epps by more than 5%, Van Epps by 0 to 5%, and Behn wins. Those are going to be the 3 choices for the poll. And I will post it on Twitch too. I'm going to do that right now. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. One moment. One moment, please. All right. Over on YouTube, they are saying, YouTube voters are saying in our poll, oops, it closed. Let's open it. 34%. Here we go. 34% say Van Epps by more than 5%. 24% say Van Epps by 0 to 5%, and 42% say Behn wins. That's a lot of. That's a 42% is a high number, predicting an upset, but it would be a major upset. How about over there on Twitch? Over there on Twitch, we have 42% say Van Epps by more than 5, or actually 39% now say Van Epps by more than 5. 24% say Van Epps by 0 to 5. And 35%, actually 39% say Behn. It's not too different between the two platforms. Mallory says Behn will not win. Lavender Babel thinks the upset will be in the margins. Hold on a minute. Ooh, hold on. Ah. I just got a helpful message from Decision Desk HQ about finding the mayor race. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. Thanks for voting in the poll. Let's see here. Paul says, I read polls close at 7. They close at 7 Central Time. Paul Hoppy, Central Time. It's 8 Eastern Time. Orville Libe thinks it will be fun to watch Behn win. Street Scene Automotive, our viewer, thinks if Republicans don't win by at least 10 points, it will still look bad for them. A 10-point drop is still a big swing. Remember, this is 1 year ago, President Trump won this district by over 20 points, by 22 points. And Mark Green, the Republican who retired from the seat, won it last year by 21.5 points. Dustin Tubbs, our viewer, says, everyone, the polls are still open. Get out there and vote. Jason Lund says, when do you think we'll have some results? You know, Jason, that's a good question. I need to look that up. Now, I will say that I will say that there's been a bunch of early vote. I had something about this before. But a bunch of people have voted early, so I don't know if we'll maybe get those right away. And I believe they've had some mail-in. They do have mail-in voting in Tennessee, but they also, I believe, have early in-person voting. Oh, I'm sorry. So I just read one article reported that early voting usually, the early voting tallies usually are put out soon after the polls closed, which makes sense. Now, it's possible, I don't know for sure, but in a lot of places, the early vote normally is more Democratic than the day of vote. So I would just be aware, if we see a bunch of votes initially come in right after the polls close, that's probably going to be the early vote. So you can't just look at that and say, oh, that's what all the vote's going to be like. Because the early vote can be quite different than the election day vote. Why is this vote so important? It's a U.S. House seat, which is important in itself, but it's seen as a sign of what might be to come in the midterms. If you have a close race in a district that President Trump won by 22 points, that could suggest that Democrats are going to do well in the midterms next year. Nookster says it's a bellwether. But you could have, the House race itself could be very close next year. One seat could make all the difference. All right, we have just a little more than an hour. Oh my gosh, a little more than an hour before the polls close. What is going to happen tonight? We are covering this. Hang on one second here. I am just checking. I'm checking for some updates here. But we're bringing you live coverage. We're going to have the votes from Decision Desk HQ, the up to the minute vote totals. What is going to happen? Oh, let's see if I can find that mayor race. How did he find this? I have to ask them. Hang on a second here. This is the Roswell mayor race. Roswell, Georgia, which some people are looking at nationally. But again, I don't know how much to read into this race because it's a mayor race. So people can be voting on local issues. We'll be talking about this. All right. All right, let's go over this again. I have my eye on this. Here is the Decision Desk HQ results page. No votes in yet, of course. But this district runs through, hold on a second. It runs through Tennessee on the western side of the state from north to south. It contains some of Nashville. It is normally a pro-Republican district. Trump won it by 22 points. But a recent poll by Emerson Polling, the only, I think, major nonpartisan poll from about a week and a half ago, had this as a 2-point race. A 2-point race. The Democrat, we should talk about the candidates too and some of what they support. We should talk about that. Let's talk about that. Mr. Bigley Uncredible says, DDHQ is really good. They almost always call races first, and I haven't seen them wrong. By the way, again, I am paying DDHQ to use their votes dashboard, and I really appreciate that we've been able to work that out. Very excited to be using DDHQ in this coming year to bring you elections data and elections information. This is their votes dashboard, which is in beta. But if you want to sign up to be on the waiting list to, I guess, access their votes dashboard when it gets made public, you can go to votes.decisiondeskhq.com and sign up for the wait list if you want to do that. I'll put the link in the chat to sign up for access when they make it public. So we will, as the votes come in, we'll be looking at them here. As I mentioned, if you go to Kalshi right now, we have, let's see here, is this changing at all? Yeah, Kalshi is still basically Republican Party. Matt Van Epps is a 90% favorite on the betting site Kalshi. Oh, margin of victory. I didn't show you this. So over on Kalshi as well, and you can see this via the Decision Desk HQ site. 43% chance of Van Epps winning by 5 to 10%, 28% chance of him winning by 0 to 5%, 21% chance of Epps winning by 14. Just to show you here, can you see down at the bottom? There's all these different possibilities in Kalshi that people are betting on for what the margin of victory will be. So the most popular bet is Van Epps 5 to 10. The second most popular is Van Epps 0 to 5. Third most popular, Van Epps 10 to 15. And fourth most popular is Behn 0 to 5. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on those. And I want to show you some of what the candidates say. So I think it can be helpful to look at like their websites to see what they're focusing on, by the way. Danny MAG thinks the point is Matt Van Epps is going to win. Sparkplug thinks 8% for Behn is some pretty good value for being a 2-point margin. Let's see here. Donna Charge thinks Behn doesn't have a chance. Okay, so let me just show you here. By the way, Omni Devi, our viewer, thinks that it will be close. Van Epps will likely win, and the citizenry will lose as a result. Wow, Omni Devi. JW says, should it even be close with Trump up 22 points in the district, winning by 22 points last year? Grape Crusher thinks if she gets in within 10 points, it's a good sign for a blue wave in 26. By the way, so let me just show you here to give you an example. You can go to Matt Van Epps's candidate site here, but I'd like to just get a sense of what the candidates are talking about. So if you go to Matt Van Epps' candidacy, this is his page, endorsed by President Trump. Fighting for Tennessee families, he's a West Point graduate and combat veteran, ready to support President Trump's MAGA agenda in Washington. So clearly, I mean, this is, and I don't think that's a surprise, he is certainly out there as a big supporter of President Trump. It's quite prominent on its website. And then literally the next thing on his website when you scroll down is President Trump endorses Matt Van Epps. So it's quite prominent on his site. Trusted to fight for America first. He's a combat veteran, battle-tested leader. And then if you go to issues, you know, he has strengthening the economy, wants to bring manufacturing back to America, unleash American energy, create good-paying jobs. I'm not going to read over everything. Innovation in crypto and AI, supporting veterans. He has worn the uniform. Keeping our borders secure, protecting farmers in rural communities, advancing President Trump's America First agenda, and protecting women's sports. He is firmly against allowing biological men to compete in women's athletics, defending the Second Amendment, protecting life, fighting back against the far less radical abortion agenda, and standing with Israel. So that's just a sense of you know, you go to Matt Van Epps. It's www.mattfortennessee.com if you want to see his page. I'll put a link to it in the chat. But that just gives you a sense of some of the things he is emphasizing. Matt Van Epps. Now let's do the same for Aftyn Behn. Let's look at her site. I have to find her campaign site. Aftyn for Congress. That's aftynforcongress.com. So here's Aftyn Behn's site. Where is the... Okay, there's Aftyn Behn. It describes her site describes her as a pissed off social worker. Hold on a second. A pissed off social worker. She's running for Congress after the so-called Big Beautiful Bill passed, a giveaway to the wealthy. She has raised awareness about the closure of rural and public hospitals in Tennessee. She has helped pass federal legislation to rebuild distressed rural and small-town economies. She wants to put back money in people's pockets. She's talked a lot about affordability in her campaign. And then if you go to issues, let's shake up Washington. I'm trying to think of where would be. Oh, notes. Hold on. That says the Behn factor. That's not like a list of issues. I was trying to find like a list of issues on her site. I'll post a link to her site as well so you can look around there. There's a bunch of posts by her. Hold on a second here. So she had a post today on her website that says, whatever happens tonight, we've already proven that the future of this state will not be written by the wealthy and well-connected, but by those of us willing to imagine something better and do the beautiful soul-hurting work of making it real. And again, I can tell you from watching videos of her doing appearances, she's been talking about affordability a lot, and something else she emphasizes in her appearances is getting the Obamacare subsidies that are supposed to expire by the end of the year. She wants to get those back and not have them expire. So those are a couple things she emphasizes. Anyways, I'll post, just as I posted for Matt Van Epps, I'll post a link to her campaign website as well, and you can go to both of them and check them out if you want. Hold on. AftynForCongress.com is her website. I also see on her website that it mentions, where is it here? You see some language like Aftyn believes good government should work for everyone, not just the elites. So there's a bunch of that kind of language on it too. You know, so I don't think it's particularly a big shocker necessarily what you're seeing from the Republican and the Democratic candidate on their sites. You know, it probably matches what a lot of you might expect to see there. Did President Trump post about this the last few minutes, by the way? Let's see. Oh, President Trump posted about this earlier today. Hey, look, it's from President Trump. Check it out. I am asking all America First patriots in Tennessee's 7th Congressional District to please get out and vote for a phenomenal candidate and MAGA warrior, Matt Van Epps. You can win this election for Matt, who has my complete and total endorsement. He will be a great congressman. And unlike his opponent, he cherishes Christianity and country music. She has openly stated that she hates them both, claims Trump. Lines close at 7 p.m. That's local time. If you are in line by 7 p.m., stay in line and they must let you vote. Get out and vote. Vote for Matt Van Epps. He will never let you down. So that is from President Trump. Okay. It is currently, we have 49 minutes. 49 minutes till the polls close. Oh my gosh, it's getting closer. It's getting closer. Let me take some comments from you guys. Well, we'll have to see what happens. I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, let me check one other thing here. All right, I'm looking at that. Quick thanks to, I want to thank our moderators. Here, guys. No votes in yet. No votes in yet. The polls are still open. There we go. Make that a little bigger. There you go. Thanks to our moderators. We have Ruth moderating, Janet B. Thank you so much for moderating over on YouTube. We're going to be bringing you live coverage. Leslie Ladyhawk and Roberts May Queen are moderating on YouTube as well. On Twitch, we have moderating I Got That Fire, LB Prairie on Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev. Thanks, Matthew Kohai 3, for subscribing, by the way. Thanks, Big Dog Gaming, for your support. Also, thanks Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, and also Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes on Facebook. Thanks to all of our moderators. Also, I Am Charlie, thanks for your support. Jack Horicon, thanks for your support. Jack says, Democrats have been talking about affordability for decades. Nothing or no one has ever truly stopped prices from going up. That's what Jack says. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda says, Poly Market is showing a big favorite for, according to, so there's Poly Market and Kalshi are both showing both showing Epps, Van Epps as a big favorite. According to this, it says Kalshi 90%, Poly Market 88%, but maybe those percentages have slightly changed in the last few minutes. I don't know, but you get the basic idea that they're both big favorites on those major betting sites. Hold on a second here. Yeah, it's 92% now on Poly Market, as our viewer said. Thank you. I don't know why this isn't updating. I'll have to ask about that. Let me refresh, see if that helps. Hold on one second here. Filter on the left for type of race. Oh, I thought of see here. Mayor? I'm working out how to find things here. Okay. Ooh, I see. Maybe that's where it is. Ooh. Now I see. Okay, now I see how to filter for the mayor race. For the mayor races. I got it. Oh, I didn't know that. Now I figured it out. Thanks, DDHQ. Okay, 44 minutes. 44 minutes until the polls close. Let's talk some more about this. Again, this is a district that just a little over a year ago, President Trump won by 22 points. The Republican House candidate Mark Green won this district by 21.5 points just a little over a year ago. He announced in the middle of this year that he was resigning. So there's a special election to fill this House seat. And recent polling suggests it could be very close, even though it's would normally be a strong Republican district. So what is going to happen in this race? We're going to take some more comments from you guys. In just less than 44 minutes, we're going to have the polls closed and start getting you the results. I owe a thank you, by the way, to A Bite of Life. who says, my monthly health premium is going from $280 to $645. And a bite of life is not happy with Republicans. That's what a bite of life says. We have people of all kinds of political persuasions in our chat right now. Thanks, Longboard Ninja Master, our member, and Smokey744, our new member, and Lori Woods, our new member. Thank you. Why did he resign? He said he was taking a job in the private sector. So here's an article. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to show you a little of this. This is from the Washington Post. It says, why Republicans are sweating Tuesday's special election in Trump country. Republicans are looking to hang on to a ruby red congressional district today in a surprisingly competitive special election that has become a high-profile test of voters' attitudes about President Trump's agenda and Democrats' response less than a year before the midterm elections. The contest in Tennessee's 7th District, which Trump won by more than 20 points about a year ago, has put the GOP on edge while raising Democratic hopes about a massive upset or overperformance weeks after a strong Democratic showing in off-year elections across several states. Strategists in both parties say they see a competitive race that tilts toward the Republican candidate, as each side has flooded the district with money, ads, and prominent surrogates not typically seen in such a partisan stronghold. House Speaker Johnson has been there. President Trump did a tele-rally on Monday. Also, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Vice President Al Gore participated in a rally, a virtual rally for Aftyn Behn. Tim Burchett, it's Burchett, isn't it? It's so stupid. I don't remember how to pronounce his name. Tim Burchett from Tennessee, Republican representative, said, it's fair to say this Republican is a little nervous. It's an off year. It's a special election. It's around the holiday, and there's just a lot of things that could play into the Democrats' favor. While far from a perfect predictor of future electoral outcomes, Tuesday's contest features platforms from both candidates that are expected to resurface in the midterms. Behn, a 36-year-old left-leaning state representative, has run as a change candidate focusing on affordability, as I was saying, decrying high prices and inflation and GOP economic policies such as Trump's tariffs. If we get close, she said in an interview, it will become because of the affordability crisis that we are experiencing in Tennessee and the fact that the federal administration has not delivered an economic agenda to address the needs of working people in Tennessee, she said. Van Epps, a 42-year-old former lieutenant colonel in the Tennessee Army National Guard, has run as a Republican fully in line with Trump, who endorsed him in the primary and has touted him as a true America First patriot who has dedicated his entire life to serving our country. Van Epps, who declined an interview request, has portrayed Behn as too extreme for the district, pointing to her support for transgender rights and ties to top Democrats, among other things. He closed his campaign Monday with a pitch to Trump supporters, telling them, if elected, he would help President Trump save the nation we love. Trump joined him remotely, suggesting the race carried very high stakes. Remember, the world is watching this one, Trump said. I need somebody like Matt Van Epps. He's going to be one of our best congressmen. Tuesday's vote is shaping up as a final exam of sorts for both parties at the end of a tumultuous political year, says the Washington Post. The Post says polls shows that Trump's approval rating is in negative territory, leaving Republicans nervous about 2026. Democrats have been heartened by their electoral victories, but many remain troubled by polls showing that the public holds them in low regard. While a Democratic win in this race would not shift control of the House, it would shrink Republicans' narrow 219-213 advantage in the chamber, something Speaker Johnson warned about as he campaigned with Van Epps on Monday. This district, which stretches from north to south across the state, was redistricted in 2022 when state Republicans eliminated a Democratic district centered on Nashville and dispersed Nashville's voters across 3 nearby Republican districts. So they took this district, which was basically, I guess, Nashville voters, which would be a Democratic district, and they broke it up among 3 Republican districts. Behn has worked to leverage that change to her advantage by bringing out the predominantly African-American areas of Nashville that were added to her district. Okay. Anyways, we'll have to see what happens. But again, you get the general idea here, which is that this, just a year ago, was just a solid red district. But recent polling has suggested this is a close race. Will it be close in the end? We'll just have to see what happens. We're going to be here watching 37 minutes till the polls close. 37 minutes till the polls close, guys. Oh my gosh. Wow. Let's take some more comments from you guys. Did she say she hates country music? I have to look this up. What was her actual quote about country music? I have no idea. So Trump accused Behn of hating Christianity and disdaining country music. Now, Newsweek posted an article where Behn told Newsweek that her comments were mischaracterized and taken out of context. She said she was talking about Nashville years ago. She is a state representative that represents downtown Nashville, she says. I'd have to go back and look up all of the comments and everything. Let's see here. So USA Today said that that this was back in 2020. She was on a podcast in 2020, 5 years ago. And at the time, Nashville was experiencing a lot of transportainment businesses in Nashville. And she was talking about, I guess transportainment, are transportainment businesses, are these like when you have multiple people on this bike that plays music? Is that what transportainment is? Am I getting that right? It sounds like that's the context in which she said this. David Peltier, our viewer, says pedal pubs and party buses. Like they are. So I guess I looked online, and I'm seeing like party buses and party tractors or wagons, and other vehicles where you can have a mobile party experience, I guess. Okay, so I get from what I'm looking at this USA Today article that says back in 2020, she was doing a podcast, Aftyn Behn, when Nashville was experiencing an explosion of transportainment businesses. And they were not being regulated that much, I guess, according to the article. And she said on the podcast, she said, I've been heavily involved with the Nashville mayoral race because I hate this city, I hate the bachelorettes, I hate the pedal taverns, which I guess will be these biking, like multiple person bikes where they serve drinks. Is that what it is? She said, I hate country music, I hate all the things that make Nashville apparently in its city to the rest of the country, but I hate it. So anyways, she posted a social media video in response to this. Let me see if I can find this. Maybe I'll just show it to you. Oh, I can show it to you. Look, she has a video saying, I do not hate Nashville. Let's look at this. This is her social media video. I found it. Hold on. I'm going to show this to you. I have to put it on the screen for you because people in our chat keep talking about this. So let's let you see this. Hang on. I'm going to play it for you. So this is the video. I'm going to put the sound on in a second. Where's the sound? Okay. So you can see it says, vote Aftyn for Congress. And I think it says, I don't hate Nashville. Let's play this and you can hear. Yeah, at the bottom it says, no, I do not hate the city I represent. All right, so let's show you this video that she made about this topic. I'll put the sound on and we can watch it.
Represents downtown Nashville. State Representative Aftyn Behn here, the Democratic nominee for the 7th Congressional Special Election in Tennessee.
It's a bit loud, so let me turn it down a little bit. I know it's a bit loud. I want you to be able to hear it. All right, hold on. Let's try this again.
State Representative Aftyn Behn here, the Democratic nominee for the 7th Congressional Special Election in Tennessee. For those of you just joining in, I often record segments in my Jeep Wrangler called Wranglin' Time. Yes, there is a theme song, and no, I will not be singing it today. But yes, I will bring it back because I know a lot of you miss it, and you've said I sing well. So I look a little rough. I have bags under my eyes because the Republican eye of Sauron has finally shifted towards moi. And I'm sure you've seen the commercials. I'm sure you've seen the onslaught of ads. And then today, the Republicans decided that they're going to start this narrative that me, the state representative who represents downtown Nashville, doesn't like the city. Now, I always want Nashville to be better, right? I want Nashville to be a place where working people can thrive, right? But sure, I get mad at the Bachelorette sometimes. I get mad at the pedal taverns, right? And you're talking to someone who has cried no less than 10 times in the Country Music Hall of Fame. The girl that just goes to the Ryman to hang out. No, we're not even going to go there. We are so close to winning this race, which is why these rumors are getting more wild. So I can't wait to see what they come up with next. But y'all, please keep doing the work. We had a huge group show up today to canvass in the middle of the afternoon. It was raining. It was wet. And this girl came up to me. She said, your campaign is inspiring so many of us across the state and across the country. Keep it up. And so you know what? I'm going to keep it up. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, which is fighting to make healthcare and life more affordable for Tennesseans. And so I'm not going to say.
All right, hold on a second. Oops, sorry. No, yeah, so I think that was the end of it. Sorry, there was a little bit of an audio. I don't know why the audio. Let me quickly see if I can fix the audio in the video. The audio and the video were out of. Sorry, you can't hear me now. I want to try to fix the audio and the video sync in case I play something else in a little bit. It was a little, I couldn't figure out what was going on with the, oh, by the way, this was not at the White House.
Shifted towards moi. And I'm sure you've seen the commercials. I'm sure you've seen the onslaught of ads. And then today, the Republicans decided that they're going to start this narrative that me, the state representative who represents downtown Nashville, doesn't like the city. Now, I always want Nashville to be better, right? I want Nashville to be a place where working people can thrive, right? But sure, I get mad at the.
I think I fixed the delay. Okay. Right. He said she loves country music. She's cried at the Country Music Hall of Fame. All right, anyways. You heard what she had to say. All right, so I wanted to play that for you because a bunch of people were talking about this comment that she hated country music. All right, now, hang on a moment here. I think I got the sync fixed, but at least you got to see her side of the story. Now, in the interest of balance, I'm going to play you a Matt Van Epps video from today. You know, because I just played you an Aftyn Behn video. So I want to play a Matt Van Epps video too. Here's something that Matt Van Epps posted today on his social media. It says, "Get up, get out, and vote."
Everybody, Matt Van Epps here in Williamson County at West Haven. What an awesome outpouring of support. We need you to get out and vote today. Your vote could be the...
Hang on one moment. Hang on one moment. Now it's this weird thing with the sync again. Hold on a moment here. Let's see if I can fix the sync here. So his mouth moves along with his words. Let's try this again and see if I can fix it.
Everybody, Matt Van Epps here in Williamson County at West Haven. What an awesome outpouring of support. We need you to get out and vote today. Your vote could be the one that makes all the difference. So please come stand with us, get out and vote, and we're going to bring this home decisively today. Thank you all so much. Everybody, Matt Van Epps here in Williamson County at West Haven. What an awesome outpouring of support. We need you to get out and vote today. Your vote could be the one that makes all the difference. So please come stand with us, get out and vote, and we're going to bring this home decisively today. Thank you all so much.
There you go, Matt Van Epps. Okay, now, 26 minutes and 48 seconds till the polls close. Oh my gosh, it's getting close here. Wow. We are getting close. Let's see here. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Catherine H7511, our new member. Also, thanks, I Am Charlie. Really appreciate all your support, I Am Charlie. Thanks, NP Centertainment, for the membership. So, we are bringing you live coverage. Again, this is a district that President Trump won by 22 points. It's a district that the Republican running for the House last year, Mark Green, won by 21.5 points. He retired this year. So there's a special election to take his seat, okay, to fill that seat. But the polling suggests this could be very close. A poll by Emerson about a week and a half ago had this as a 2-point race. So what is going to happen tonight? Florida Beach Channel thinks it will be a Republican blowout. The Democrat has no chance to win. Not a Cat Lady says, if that woman wins, I will die. Well, I hope if she wins, you don't die. Hey, thanks to Priceman 141. So we're going to be doing lots of election coverage in 2026. There's all kinds of, obviously there's the midterm elections, but during 2026, there's going to be all these primaries, Republican primaries, Democratic primaries. So we're going to be covering primary elections. We're going to be using the Decision Desk HQ data, which is awesome, and very excited to do that. They have this new site that they're developing, the votes dashboard. It's not public yet, but I'm allowed to use it. If you want to get on the wait list for the Decision Desk HQ votes dashboard, you can go to votes.decisiondeskhq.com. And so we're going to have the latest. They're really great about getting the votes up there. So we're going to have the latest vote totals here. Going to get you analysis. You know what I'm going to do? This is what I do. I'm going to buy this for you. It's strange. It wasn't. I think I'm going to buy something for you. Besides the data. Let me just check something real quick. We might purchase the Aftyn Behn footage because I don't know that I'll have access to it any other way. So I think we're going to end up doing that. Yeah, I think we need to do that. So I'm going to do that for you. I'm going to do that for you guys. Well, let me make sure I can show it though. Let me make sure I'll have the rights to it if I buy it. That I got to do. It's weird. I don't, sometimes I have access to all this, all the candidate statements and everything, but it's kind of a strange, it's a local, I don't have the just free access to the statements I normally would, but I can get you for now the Behn event. Yes, so I'm going to do that. Well, I'll get it when she's going to speak. I'm not going to do it, well, because nobody's speaking there yet. But if I don't have it another way, I'll buy it and then we can watch her speak. Either way, we're going to see her speak. I don't know if I'll have access to Matt Van Epps speaking. All right, so I have my eye on that. There's nothing really to look at over there right now, so I just want to make sure I don't get it another way. Also, it's kind of blurry. Yeah, nothing really of interest there right now. Hey, thanks, Bonnie Goodwin, for your support. Thanks, Bonnie Goodwin. I appreciate that. Okay, now let's talk. Only 21 minutes until the polls close. Oh my gosh, what is going to happen here in this race? Only 21 minutes until the polls close. Look at this article right here from AP. Trump tries to dial up Republican votes on eve of U.S. House special election. This is from yesterday. A Tennessee congressional seat that President Trump and Republicans have previously won with ease became the unlikely epicenter of the fight for Congress yesterday as House Speaker Johnson headlined rallies and former Vice President Al Gore and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez told Democrats they could be on the verge of a monumental upset. Trump even called in twice during the day yesterday to tell voters to back Matt Van Epps, the Republican candidate, in the election. Trump said, "The whole world is watching Tennessee right now, and they're watching your district," he said after Speaker Johnson put him on speakerphone during an event inside a garage stocked with vintage cars on a supporter's sprawling farm in Franklin, Tennessee. Trump said it's a big vote and it's going to show something, and it's going to show that the Republican Party is stronger than it's ever been. A few hours later, Trump drove home the message in a virtual rally, the second he has held for Van Epps since the former Army helicopter pilot and State General Services Commissioner became the Republican nominee. The rush of attention on the reliably conservative 7th U.S. House Congressional District came as Trump hopes to rebound from recent Republican losses around the country. Democrats want a strong showing that could propel them in next year's midterm elections that will determine control of Congress. Behn, a self-proclaimed pissed-off social worker and progressive community organizer from Nashville, sprinted through her final campaign stops. Former Vice President Gore said while campaigning for Behn, I believe yesterday, that people are struggling with high costs for groceries and healthcare, while Trump is running by far the most corrupt administration in history, said Gore. Behn has been described by some state Democrats as our very own AOC of Tennessee, a nickname that Republicans have harnessed to deride Behn as too far to the left for the district. There you can see Speaker Johnson and Matt Van Epps yesterday. The 7th District is one of 3 seats redrawn in 2022 to erode the influence of Nashville, the state's largest city and a Democratic stronghold. Only about 1 in 5 of the district's registered voters are in Nashville. Last year, the district went to former GOP Rep. Mark Green, Republican, by 21 points, and to Trump by a similar margin. Behn has emphasized cost of living issues. Hey, thanks, John Luna, for your support. Thank you, Ali C., our member. I am Charlie, thank you. Price Man, thank you. Aaron Fulagar, thanks to me for being a member. Mick Riley thinks people want younger politicians. I believe Matt Van Epps is 42 and Aftyn Behn is 36, if I have that right, if I'm remembering this right. We're getting very close. 17 and a half minutes. 17 and a half minutes. We're getting very close. All right, what I think I'm going to do right now, here's what I'm going to do. Because maybe I don't think I want to interrupt when we're counting the votes for this. So I really appreciate it. This is a sponsored broadcast. Gold Safe Exchange, our sponsor. Thank you so much. Let's hear for the second and last time about Gold Safe Exchange. We do that twice when we do these sponsored things. And then when we come back, there'll be about 16 minutes left until the polls close, and we will head into the polls close and getting you the votes. So a quick word about our sponsor right now. You know, a number of people these days are investing in gold, silver, and other precious metals as a way of diversifying their portfolio. If you're interested in purchasing some precious metals, one way you can do that is with a precious metals IRA. This is an IRS-approved type of IRA in which your savings are invested into gold or other precious metals. If that kind of thing sounds interesting to you, if you want to know more, you can reach out to the folks at Gold Safe Exchange. They specialize in gold IRAs and other precious metals IRAs. Gold Safe Exchange puts a priority on customer service and transparency. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They have a price match guarantee. If you find a lower quote, they'll beat it. And they explain their processes in clear language so their clients know what's happening with their money. Also, they abide by all government security and safety standards. So if you're even a little interested in opening a gold IRA or other precious metals IRA, call Gold Safe Exchange at 800-341-6727 for a no-pressure chat. Or visit them on the web at goldsafeexchange.com/agenda-free. And mention Agenda-Free TV when you reach out to access a special offer where you could get free gold or silver with qualifying purchases. All right, I just heard that there's an update about the Roswell, Georgia mayor race. I was just told this by DDHQ. Roswell, Georgia. I used to live there for a year, but it's been getting some national attention, their mayor race. Okay, look, so let's just talk about this for a second. This is Roswell, Georgia. Roswell is a suburb of Atlanta. Now, where did I see this? I had read something talking about this race, and the current mayor is Kurt Wilson. I'm reading one local article, doesn't even really talk about the parties, but I saw something yesterday that talked about this in terms of parties. Hold on, let me find this. Where was it here? Hang on. I got it. So just to get you a little bit of background on this race, according to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, weird, they had said something about this race. They said that, hang on a second here. I think, is it Mary Robichaux is the Democrat? I have to look this up. I don't want to get too sidetracked on this. It's like bonus coverage. Mary Robichaux. She is a Democrat. Okay, she is a Democrat. But again, I don't want to read too much into this. Oh, I'm sorry. This is from the last one. This is from November 11th. Okay, this isn't from tonight. This isn't the runoff. The runoff is tonight. Okay, I was messed up on this. Yes, the general was November 11th. The runoff is tonight. So it's Kurt Wilson versus Mary Robichaux. That's what it is. Sorry, I got confused. There's a lot going on right now. But some have talked about, is Kurt Wilson a Republican? Again, I think it was Atlanta Journal-Constitution talking about this race. I can't worry about it right now. We'll look into it later. We'll look into it later. Sorry for the digression about the Roswell, Georgia mayor race. All right, we got to get the stream back on the rails. We got to get it back on the rails. There we go. There's the one people want to see. We'll talk. We might check in with the Roswell mayor race later. Here, so this is, you can see that's December 2nd. There's Aftyn Behn, the Democrat. There's Matt Van Epps, the Republican. There are some independent candidates. By the way, there's no, as far as I know, there's no runoff here. This is it. So even if you don't win 50%, you can win the election tonight. You don't need 50% to win. There's no, that's as far as I haven't seen anything suggesting that the top two candidates go to a runoff. So whoever gets the most votes wins. There could be a case where neither of them gets 50%, Behn or Van Epps, if a few percent go to the other candidates. But I'm going to focus just on most of the votes are going to go to the top two, Behn and Van Epps. Jimmy Conius says, I'm putting it all on Bobby Dodge. Just 11 minutes until the polls close. Wow, guys, it's really happening. Hey, thanks Gary Baines for the memberships. Thanks John Luna for your support. So it would be an enormous upset if Behn won, but even if it's really close, I mean, that would be pretty huge, because this is a district that a year ago, President Trump won by 22 points, and the Republican running for this seat won it by 21.5 points, just a year ago. So is it going to be close? Is it not going to be close after all? We're expecting to see first the early vote come in. So if the early vote is more, so in a lot of places, I don't know about here, but in a lot of places, the early vote is more favor for Democrats. So it's possible the first bunch of votes comes in and Aftyn Behn is ahead. That doesn't mean she's going to win if the first bunch of votes is early vote and the Republican and Matt Van Epps did much better on election day than she did, or than he did in the early vote, So I would be careful with don't just assume every batch of votes that comes in is going to be basically the same as every other batch of votes that comes in. What I should do is, hold on a moment here. Gary Bain says, I'm feeling the election drama. Now, I'll also be looking at some different elections experts I follow, who they'll be able to look at certain counties, I think, and say, oh, well, we expected this county to vote this way, and they're actually voting this way, which suggests who's doing better or worse overall. Oh, thanks to DDHQ, I did find, for those who care, I was here is the runoff election for mayor of Roswell, Georgia. I don't know how many people are voting there, though. I assume it's more than 9,000. So I'll keep an eye on that, but I don't want to get too into that right now. All right. Wow. 8 minutes left, guys. 8 minutes. Oh, my gosh. 8 minutes left. Whew. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? The whimsical heathen says the waiting is nerve-wracking. What is the population of Roswell, Georgia? I forget. It's like 90,000 people or something. Maybe I'm way off. 92,000, actually. Okay. Yeah, the betting markets right now have Matt Van Epps as a heavy favorite. There's the Kalshi one. Kalshi has Matt Van Epps as the 92% favorite betting market in this race. Oops, hold on. Wow. 6 minutes and 45 seconds. David Carson says, I'm at the end of my seat. If you're going to make predictions, you should make them in the chat now. We did a poll before, and the majority of you, I'd say 50 to 60, 55, maybe about 60% of people thought, 65% of you thought that Matt Van Epps would win. But most of you thought it was going to be fairly close. I think only about a third of you thought Epps would win by more than 5%. Van Epps, I'm sorry. Six minutes left. I see some predictions in the chat. Brent Daniel says Matt Van Epps by 10 plus. Kent JR says GOP will win. Ino Piva says Van Epps wins by 8.5. War Panda thinks Van Epps will win by 4 points. Lil Joe thinks Van Epps will win by double digits. Dean R thinks he'll win by, I guess, 9%. Well, Dean R said 9%. O Galley Gator thinks Van Epps by 2. Sparky Pilot thinks Van Epps most likely, but the margin will be extremely uncomfortable for Republicans. Talker Nate History says 3% Van Epps. Watching Too Much YouTube thinks Aftyn winning by 1.5%. Crypto CW thinks Aftyn by 1.5%. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Rhino says Van Epps by 12. Alt Spock says Behn by 1. Hey, thanks to Margaret Riley for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Margaret. Thanks, Cece, for the bits on Twitch. Thanks, McBritches, for subscribing on Twitch. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Hey, thanks to B Said Island for being a new member. This could be a lot of people around the country following this race, seeing it as a sign of what might happen next year in the midterms. seeing it maybe as a sort of referendum on President Trump so far. President Trump already posted about this race today, telling people to go out and vote for Matt Van Epps. What I'll do also is we can also see the counties too on this page. We can. What does it say for breakdown? No total. If I have to, I'll show you. We have the county breakdown too. I can show you. Two minutes and 30 seconds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. RJ for Freedom thinks Van Epps is going to win by 14. It is getting very close. 2 minutes until the polls close. 2 minutes until the polls close. Waltham, Mass says 2-minute warning. President Trump won this seat last year by 22 points, and the Republican candidate for the House, Mark Green, won it by 21.5 points. Just last year, last November. Appreciate you tuning into our coverage. Very much appreciate all of you being here. All right, guys, it's getting very close here. 1 minute left until the polls close in Tennessee. Special House election. Oh my gosh, the polls are closing soon. Now remember, the first votes that are going to be reported very well might be the early vote. So I wouldn't read into that too much on its own. Although I'll look to see what some elections experts are saying about it. Thanks to Eddie V, our member. Eddie V thinks U.S. politics are a dumpster. All right, guys, I'm going to count down from, I think, 20 seconds. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The polls have closed. Breaking news, the polls have closed. In Tennessee, I need to get the clock off of the screen. I'm getting the clock off of the screen. Oh my gosh, I got to change the headline. The polls have closed. Although if some people are online, they can still vote. Polls closed in House special election in Tennessee. Awaiting results. We're awaiting results. Here we go, guys. Hey, thanks, Mick U Xbot, for your support. Thank you. All right, guys. We are waiting for results. I got the Decision Desk HQ votes dashboard up, and they will, as soon as they get votes in, they will come up here on the screen. I shouldn't have to refresh anything, but because I'm nervous about it, I'll refresh it anyway. No votes there. And we're going to be bringing you live voting results. And I'm waiting just like you guys. What is going to happen? From my understanding, we may get the early vote in pretty quick. And remember, we talked about this before. In the House special elections this year, Democrats have outperformed Harris's margin by around 20 points. Hang on, let me pull that up here. Give me 1 second here. Pull that up so I can look at it. Oops, we want to go back here. There it is. Yeah, Decision Desk HQ said, where is it here? Oh, there's something about early turnout I wanted to mention that Decision Desk HQ mentioned as well. Let's see. On average, the vote across 5 special elections for the U.S. House in 2025 has swung 20 points more Democratic in margin from the presidential vote in the same districts in November 2024. Something else about early vote I want to mention as we wait for the votes to come in. So Decision Desk HQ says Nashville and lighter red counties have highest early turnout compared to 2024. The relative turnout rate is another sign of a closer race. Oh, we just got votes in. Hey, we just got some votes in. Matt Van Epps is in the lead, so it looks like the votes all came from a certain county. These are all from Stewart County. Okay, this is from Stewart County. Hold on a second. I want to show you guys this. Can I get it on the screen for you? Hold on. Maybe the best way to do this is to get it on. You can't quite see it there. I'm gonna do this a different way. I'm gonna put the counties on a different. Oh, a couple different counties are in. So here's what we'll do. I'm gonna get the county breakdown up there as well. So a couple different counties have reported. Give me a second. I'm gonna add the county breakdown on the side so you can see it here. There it is right there. See on the right there, there's the county breakdown. So what you can see is that this is Stewart County and Wayne County. And Van Epps, we have about half the vote in Stewart County and Wayne County. I guess these look like they're probably smaller counties because, EVR, is that estimated voters? What is EVR? Or estimated votes remaining, yes. So both of these counties are expected to have about 3,000 votes total. So these are smaller counties. Now, so far, you can see Van Epps is up by 40% in one of those counties and 58% in the other county. So these look like big Van Epps counties, but they're smaller counties. So this is not going to be representative of all the counties. Let me see if any elections experts can look at these numbers and see how they compare. And these are not the full county vote. Maybe it's the early county vote. So I don't know if any elections experts are looking at this and saying, how does this vote in these two counties compare to where they were before? Let's see. I'll keep an eye out here. Maybe I can pull up the 2024 result by county. But you can see where the two counties are. This is from another county just came in. So this is Houston County, which is a small county. What does it say in the back there? Hold on a second here. Total registered. Oh, there's Target. It has Target on it. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on a moment here. How do I make this a little bigger? I got to fit this all on the screen. Hold on. I did it. Okay, so I guess Target is, okay, this is what each side wants to win, I guess. Okay, all right, this is very helpful here. I don't know if you can see this. Let me do this again. Let me get this up for you here on the screen so you can see what I'm looking at here. I know it's a little confusing, but I have some analysis I want to show you from Decision Desk HQ. This is quite helpful. So hang on a moment. See what I'm looking at here? This is the counties. And what it shows you is the vote in each county so far. And on the right, it says basically how each candidate needs to do. So in Houston County right now, according to Decision Desk HQ, Van Epps would need, his goal should be to win the county by 34.8, and he's currently winning by 36.8. So he's running about 2 points ahead of where he would need to be. In Perry County, in Perry County, Behn is running about 3 points ahead of where she needs to be. But this might just be the early vote. So maybe the day of vote is going to swing it more Republican. In Stewart County, Van Epps is running about a point better than he needs to be. And in Wayne County, he is running about 4 points better than he needs to be. Okay? So this is comparing the vote so far, which is where the candidates would need to, which their goal would be to win. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. But let me go back to the overall vote. Let me just quickly, that's the overall right there. Again, very early, but you could see from those numbers, it gives you a bit of a sense of what's going on in the different counties. So what I need to do here is, hold on a moment here. We'll get ready to show you that. One moment, please. One moment, please. Okay, I think we're good to go. Oh, sorry, you're blocked by my Stream Deck thing. So very few votes in right now. And again, these votes are from, if I put it up on the screen, you'll see. These votes are from very small pro-Van Epps counties. And actually, you can see there's the yellow dot on the right for those counties with the votes in. The yellow dot, and there's the line. So if the dot is to the right of the line, that means Van Epps is doing better than he needs to be doing in the county. And if the dot is to the left of the line, that means that Van Epps is doing worse than he needs to be doing in the county, if that all makes sense. So very early on, we just got another county in. Another county. What's the next county we got in? Hickman? Is Hickman new? Did we just get Hickman in? Is it Hickman? Had we not seen Hickman before? Hickman County, Van Epps is winning by 41% in that county. But in terms of how he needs to do, he is 4 points ahead of where he needs to be in Hickman County. So it looks like in 4 of the 5. Oh, now Behn is winning. All right, a lot of votes came in from Montgomery County there. Now, Behn is currently 1.2% ahead of where she needs to be in Montgomery County. Although maybe this is early vote and it's more favorable to Behn than the election day vote will be. I don't know. So, let's keep it, again, we're not getting even votes across all counties in. We have about half the counties have reported some votes and half have not. All right. So hang on a moment. Let me just see if I can find any expertise here commenting on these things. VoteHub's Zachary Donini believes that Behn is running a bit ahead of her vote goals in 4 counties, but not by much. Sounds like VoteHub has maybe slightly different projections for the target vote than Decision Desk HQ does. All right, so I'm switching back and forth between the total here, and then I also want to let you see the counties. There's the counties right there. And again, if you look on the right side, that right side is telling you, what the target is, where each person would need to be in that county. If that should be their goal if they want to win. And the dot shows where the vote actually is. So in a couple of counties, a lot of the counties are close, but in a couple of counties, Behn is doing better than she needs to be, but in several others, Van Epps is doing better than he would need to do, in theory. I don't know that we can say that much directly at this point. Hey, thanks, Commander John, for your support. Thanks, Commander John, and the Sparky Pilot, and Wednesday Graves. Thank you. So we're bringing you live updates here. We'll wait until more votes come in. My guess is that these are all early votes. Another thing you could do is compare this with 2024. I wonder if I get the 2024 vote by county. I Googled it, but I'm getting all this year's. Google is burying the 2024 results. All right, anyways, let's keep an eye on this. I should have looked that up earlier. Yeah, J. Miles Coleman, who I follow, who's an elections expert, he just reposted somebody named Ethan C7, who mentioned that in some of these rural counties, you have votes coming in. I was just saying something similar. You have votes coming in where Behn is close where she needs to be in those rural counties. But as I said, I think a lot of this I think this might be just the early vote, and maybe on the day of vote, Matt Van Epps does better than the early vote. Oh, we got some more votes in. All right, let me go to the county here. Now this Humphreys County, Behn is doing significantly better than she needs, it looks like, than she would. All right, Humphreys County. Oh, wait, only 100 votes are in Humphreys County. It's here. It says that Behn is doing 33 points better in Humphreys County than she would need to do. But there's only 100 votes in, so let's not draw big conclusions. More votes coming in. Okay, hold on. Let's settle down. Okay, so about 27% of the total vote is in. Again, I think this is all early vote. I'm not sure. But so think about a quarter of the votes are in. Now, Van Epps is ahead, but it's not even vote from all the different counties. Okay, so there's that right there. Now, let me show you the county vote. Now, in Montgomery County, which is the biggest county anticipated, Behn is winning by 2.9%. You can see how the difference here in the votes from the counties, right? Davidson County, by the way, which should be a blue county, is Davidson where Nashville is? Is Nashville in Davidson County? Yeah, Davidson County, Nashville is in Davidson County, I believe. Davidson is Nashville, right? Yes, so there are no votes in from Davidson County. That is supposed to be the most pro Behn county. And there's no votes in yet from that county, just so you know. Okay, so everybody's saying yes in the chat. Thank you. So I just want to remind people, this is not evenly in from all the counties. And specifically, there are 0 votes in from Davidson, which is one of the 2 biggest counties there. Montgomery and Davidson are the 2 biggest, according to the county list, by far. Actually, there are no votes in Robertson County, which is a fairly big county, and that's supposed to be a county that favors Van Epps. No votes in from Robertson County yet. Let's see if I can find more analysis here. I don't see experts right now just saying, oh, one is clearly going to win. I can tell you that. Nate Cohn, Nate is with the New York Times. He says that Behn has run well in the early vote. This was expected. But the results so far suggest they'll win the early vote. She'll win the early vote by a modest margin. He says it will be a while before we'll know more about election day vote. So again, I think everything is the early vote right now from what I can tell. Give me a moment here. Excuse me. The votes haven't changed in the last few minutes. So if you're just joining us, this is a seat that President Trump won by 22 points in 2024. It's a vote that the Republican candidate for the House won by 21 points, 21 and a half points. But it is recent polling shows this to be a close race. And you might say, well, it's 16%. He's winning by 16%. Well, that's not really the full story because we've been looking at this, but this is early vote, but not from every county. And as you can see here, Davidson County, which is going to be the most favorable probably for the Democrat Behn, and which is one of the 2 biggest counties, so far has not reported at all. The 3 counties that have not reported are Davidson County, which they have not reported at all, Robertson County, which is supposed to favor Van Epps for a bit, and Williamson County, which is supposed to be maybe Van Epps favored by a little bit. So those 3 counties, no, we don't have the early vote from any of them yet in. Williamson, Robertson, and Davidson. So I'm going to guess that we have the early vote in from all but 3 counties. And we don't have the day of vote. That's just a guess. Oh, Polymarket. So just so you know, the Kalshi numbers for whatever it's worth. So you see, right now it says Kalshi. Van Epps is the favorite, but it's gone down to 77 from 92. Now, I don't know if Polymarket is updated here. No, I don't think Polymarket updated there, but I'll check the site. Hold on. I need to look this up here. I'm looking, Polymarket is Van Epps at 72. And it was 92 before. So since the votes started coming in on those 2 major betting sites, we've seen the odds of Van Epps winning fall from the low 90s to in the 70s. Okay, we're still waiting here. We're stuck on 27.2% of the votes in. This is probably most or all early vote. And just to go back to the counties, there are 3 counties that have not reported any votes yet. And I would assume that maybe soon they'll report their early vote. From what I can tell from looking at different expert analysis, no one has said this is a blowout race. So at least at the moment, it looks like it's going to be a fairly close race and not a blowout, from what I can gather so far. But it's early, But just looking at where they would need to each be to win and what's come in so far and what experts are saying, it certainly doesn't look like a huge blowout race. Although you never can tell, because maybe the election day numbers come in and it's just very, very different. But it certainly seems at the moment like it's up in the air, not decided. Let's see. Let me change this. Results coming in. Special election, House election in Tennessee. Results coming in. Yes, so Nathaniel Rakich, who he is with Vote Beat US, he's an elections expert. He confirms what I thought. He says that the votes coming in so far are early and absentee votes, mail and early voting. And he says these are going to be a bit bluer than the election day votes. That's the thought. So, but to repeat, we don't have all of the early vote in. And for example, the most Democratic county, which is Davidson, nothing. Also Robertson, which is more red-leaning, and Williamson, which looks to be a slightly red-leaning county, we do not have votes in from there. Davidson County, just to look at it here, the goal, just to show you where Davidson is at, the target for Behn is to be ahead by 56.8% in Davidson County, which I guess is realistic. I mean, it's not crazy, but that's if this was going to be a tie election, you'd expect that. So those votes are going to be heavily for her. In Robertson, the goal for Van Epps is to be up by about 28%. In Williamson, the goal for Van Epps is to be up by around 11%, according to Decision Desk HQ. Nashville is Davidson County. I think maybe a few more votes trickled in, but there's still nothing from Williamson, Davidson, or Robertson counties, and I believe there's still no election day vote in yet. Oh, Kyle Kondik posted the 2024 House results by county. Okay, that's good for reference. I'm going to keep that up here for reference. That's good to have. But the problem is we cannot compare full county votes yet, because no county, once we get a county where they have the full vote in, then we can say, well, how did this county vote in 2024? But we don't have any full county votes in yet. Adam Carlson with Zenith Polls says that Williamson County is super rich college-educated suburbs. He also thinks we're going to need to get some fully completed counties to be able to compare those counties to how they voted total last year. So to repeat, the polls have closed. The results are coming in. We don't have election day votes yet. We don't even have the early vote from 3 counties, including Davidson, which includes Nashville. Not all of Nashville is in this district, but some of Nashville is. And from what I can tell so far, it's unclear how this election is going to shake out. That's the best I can tell you right now. I don't have a great sense either way, given what we have and what's left out there and all of that. No, I've not seen anyone call this race yet. Hey, thanks to Louis R. I really appreciate it, Louis R. Thank you so much for your support, Louis R. And also thanks to T9X1 for your support. I really appreciate that. And yes, as T9 mentioned, when votes started coming in on the betting site Kalshi, for example, Van Epps had been a 92% favorite or 91% favorite, and that went down to 77% when some votes came in. Oh, thank you also. Hey, you know what? 86 GOP Forever just gave 50 people memberships. Hey, that's so nice of you, 86 GOP Forever. That's really generous of you. Make sure you thank 86 GOP Forever or somebody else if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Thanks, Big Dog Gaming, for your support. Shout out to our moderators here. We have Beth Mythical moderating, Ruth, Cynthia Moon. Thank you so much. All of them moderating on YouTube, over on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Surly Dev, thank you. Facebook, Shannon Davis Hughes, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, thank you. Linda Belk Larry and Michon X, thanks for moderating. A few more votes trickled in. We're still waiting for the early vote in Robertson County, Williamson County, and Davidson County. I think we have the early vote. Oh, some more votes just came in Perry County. Maybe what I can do is, hold on a second. There's another thing I could possibly do. Maybe I can have both of these. What if I could get both of these on the screen at once? Give me a second here. Let me try something here. Let me try a little something. So maybe what I can do is, oopsie, take this. Is this going to work? I don't know if this is going to work. And put this next to this? Am I crazy for doing this? See, there's everything. There's the counties and the overall. Now you have both on the screen at once. Oh, I know what I can do. I can move this over here. Make this a little bigger. How's that? How's that? Now we have everything at once. Oh, we got to move this up a little bit. Okay. Oop, I think we got to move this up a little bit. Oh, you know what I did? I messed up. I messed up. I cut off something. Hold on. I know what I did. Hold on. Why is this not showing? Something is not showing. What happened to Williamson County? All right, let me just, I'll fix this. I'll fix it. Hang on a moment. I'm going to fix it right now. I'm going to get you all the counties up there. Oh, I screwed up again. Hold on. Just something, a little something I just didn't gotta do here. Gotta make this a little. Make this wider. There it is. Okay, sorry. Give me one more second. Let's try this one more time. Here we go. Here we go. Let's try this one more time. I think it's going to work this time. There it is. That's what we were waiting for. That's what we were waiting for right there. There we go. So we have the counties, we have all the counties, and we have the total. And we have the target on each county. Okay, so we can see everything. That's better. Now, okay. So again, Davidson County is Nashville, and that's supposed to be that's going to be the most favorable for Behn. And there's no votes in yet from it. All right, Davidson just came in. Behn running, now this is the early vote. This is the early vote. Behn is running in, I think that's the earliest vote for Davidson County. Behn is winning Davidson County by 70%. Now, her goal was to win Davidson by 56.8%. But that's the early vote. So in theory, the election day vote will be worse for Behn. But that seems like a very good showing for Behn in that vote. Now, she's ahead now, but remember, we don't have the early vote from Robertson and Williamson counties, and the election day overall should be less blue. So that's why you see Behn just jumped ahead, because we just got the vote in, the early vote from Davidson County. And that was probably, I mean, of all the vote batches, the early vote in Davidson County, I think, might be the best vote batch for her. But she's winning in Davidson by 70%. But again, we don't have the early vote in Williamson County and Robertson County. Let's wait for those to come in. And then we have to wait for the election day votes to come in. Okay. Now, if you're wondering, I'll keep an eye on the betting sites too. Kalshi, the Van Epps right now on Kalshi is a 73% favorite, and on Polymarket a 74% favorite. Oh, Montgomery County. Montgomery County just came in the early vote. Behn plus 2.9. According to hold on. According to Decision Desk HQ, Behn is running 1.2% better than she needs to in Montgomery County, but that's the early vote. Again, the early vote is supposed to be more blue than the election day vote. So I think we almost have all of the early vote in, about half the votes total. But election day vote is supposed to be less blue. So we're still waiting for Williamson County to come in with the early vote. I assume that'll be soon. One of our viewers, Sal Hazari, says, love the yellow target markers, very helpful. Yeah, that's a cool feature there on Decision Desk HQ. It's showing you where each candidate would need to be in each county. That's the line, and the dot is where they actually are right now. So a big question right now is, how different is the election day vote going to be from the early vote? That's the question. How different is the election day vote going to be from the early vote? I think basically everything you see on the screen right now is early vote. Nate Cohn with the New York Times says that the early vote margin in Davidson is no surprise. It's still all about election day. Guys, I'm going to start banning people from the channel. So far, I've seen multiple people put fake things in the chat about results being called by news networks. I'm watching all the news networks. I'm looking at them all right here. So if you want to get banned from the channel, be my guest. I'll ban you permanently from the chat. Okay? So I've seen it twice already, and I will just ban you because I can see it right here. No one's calling this race right now. Are you kidding me? It's seen as a close race. Again, you are looking at the Decision Desk HQ votes dashboard, which they are beta testing. I pay them so I can use it. We're going to be using this dashboard throughout 2026. That is awesome. I'm really glad to be working with them. A lot of great information here. But if you want to get on the waiting list to have access to this dashboard yourself when it actually is made public, I'm going to post the link to it. It's votes.decisiondesk.hq. That is the waiting list. Votes.decisiondesk. I'm sorry, that is wrong. It is votes.decisiondeskhq.com. I put the link in the chat. I'll put it again. Votes.decisiondeskhq.com if you want to get on the waiting list. So we have the total vote on the right. On the left, we have the vote by county, and that the yellow line is the Decision Desk HQ estimate of where each candidate would need to be for that county to be on a winning track for the whole election. And you can see on some counties, the dot is to the left of the line, meaning that Behn is doing better than she needs to be doing. On some counties, it's to the right of the line. And on some counties, it seems to be like kind of right on the line. But again, we are expecting the election day vote to be more red than the early vote. So you should not read into this that she is winning, and think, oh, the rest of the votes are going to be like this. The question is, and we'll see, Williamson, I'm guessing, given that her target in Williamson is to be, his target is B plus 11. I'm guessing maybe the Williamson early vote will be pretty close. Maybe. Or maybe it'll be slightly, I don't know. Because, you'd expect it maybe to be more favoring for her than the election day vote. But anyways, he might win the early vote in Williamson. But you can't just project and say the second half of the votes coming in will be the same. Likely they will be more favorable to him. Let me just check something here. Oh, they don't have forecast up there. Hold on a second here. Now, I'll say this right now. The numbers on the betting sites have gone back up for Van Epps. You can see well, you can't see on Kalshi. Kalshi, Matt Van Epps has gone back up to being an 87% favored on Kalshi, and on Polymarket 93%. A reminder, this district a year ago voted for the Republican candidate by 21.5 points. This district also a year ago went for Trump by 22 points. So we're waiting to start seeing the election day returns come in, and we're also waiting for the early votes from Williamson County. Our viewer Russell Adam Bowden thinks we'll know somewhere between 10:30 p.m. and 12:30 a.m. Maybe it'll take a while. Thank you to Mitchell Pilot for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, EVR is estimated votes remaining. Oh, Kyle Kondik mentions that in Perry County, they are up to 85% in Perry County. See that? Perry County, 85% in. And Van Epps is up by 50%. Now, Perry County, just so you guys know, in 2024, Perry County was R plus 63, okay? So, Perry County right now is Republican plus 51. Perry County now last year was Republican plus 63. So, the Republicans running 12 points behind what Republican did in Perry County in last year. But remember, the margin of victory for the Republican last year was 21.5 points. Now, Perry County is a small county, but that's getting close to finish. Wayne County, okay, 83% in Wayne County. Van Epps is up by 65.8% in small Wayne County. In 2024, the margin of victory for the Republican in Wayne County was 74%. So about 8% difference, Republican running about 8% behind in Wayne County, what the Republican did last year. But there's still votes outstanding there. So we are getting close on some of those smaller counties there to having completed county numbers. I don't know why Williamson has not reported any votes yet, especially the early ones. And then, hold on a second here. Let me check something real quick. By the way, in 2024, in 2022, which was an off year, there were 180,000 votes, which I think it's going to be something in like the high 100s total for numbers of votes total in this election. That's what it looks like. And Taniel, who I follow, points out that Perry County, it was plus 41 for Van Epps in the early vote, but now it's plus 51. You can see because that the election day vote is better is more red. Hickman County was 42 plus 42 for Van Epps in the early vote, and Hickman County is now plus 47. Zachary Donini with VoteHub, Zachary Donini, who's an elections analyst, says that Behn is running behind where she needs to be in Hickman and Wayne counties. And if you look here, you can see the goal for Van Epps would be to win Hickman County by 38%, but Van Epps is currently winning by about 47%. And then in Wayne County, the goal for Van Epps would be to win by about 55%, but he's actually winning by 66%. So what Zachary Donini says is that she will need a huge election day, both margin and turnout in Davidson, which is where Nashville is, to offset that. So, those are two smaller red counties where he's doing better than he needs to be doing in those counties. Also, here's another one. I mean, look at Decatur County. Decatur County is complete. Decatur County is complete. Okay, so in Decatur County, 2,483 votes. Van Epps is winning won Decatur County by about 60%. His goal was to win it by about 46%. So he outdid his goal by 14.4%. Now, just so you know, what was Decatur County, the Republican margin a year ago in Decatur County was 65.6%. So in Decatur County, very red, obviously. Van Epps ran about 6 points behind Mark Green from last year. But Mark Green won the whole election by about 22% last year. So again, in Decatur County, which is finished, Van Epps did better than he needed to do, but about 6 points worse than the previous year's Republican. And then in Perry County, which is also finished, that's another county where that's finished. Perry County, Van Epps is about 8%, 8 points of where he needed to be in that county. And that county, Perry, went for the Republican by 63.4% last year. This year, only by 52.2%. So in those two counties, Decatur and Perry, Van Epps is doing worse than the Republican did last year, but better than he needs to do to win in those two counties. Okay? But those are two counties where it's finished. Decatur and Perry counties. Wayne is almost finished. EVR, I think, is estimated votes remaining. Let's see here. Nathaniel Rakich points out that, like with Decatur County, in the early vote, it was R plus 46, but now with everything counted, it's basically R plus 60, which shows you that the election day vote was more red than the early vote in Decatur County. Same in Perry County. Perry County, the early vote was Republican plus 41, but with everything counted, it's Republican plus 52. Our viewer Sim Osgen says it might come down to Davidson, Montgomery, and Williamson. Hey, we got the early vote in from Williamson. Okay, we just got the early vote in from Williamson, it looks like. It looks like, right? And it looks like it's Van Epps plus 10. And according to Decision Desk HQ, it's Decision Desk HQ says that early vote, so is that Behn needs to be, the line where they each need to be is Republican winning by 10.7%. Republican winning by 11.4%. Now, the actual number is Republican by 10.7%, but that's the early vote. So my guess is that the election day vote is going to push that further to the right. So maybe that's good news for Van Epps in Williamson County, that in the early vote, he is 0.7% behind where he needs to be in that county, and that's with the election day vote still out there. Thank you, Herdenduzer, for your support. Herdenduzer thinks you can't compare the turnout of an off-year special election to a presidential election. This has nothing to do with Trump, says Herdenduzer. Thank you, Herdenduzer, for your support. I really appreciate it. All right, so I think we have all the early vote in. Oh, we have another completed county, it looks like. No, we do. Did we talk about Wayne County yet? There's 3 completed counties. There's Perry, Wayne, and Decatur counties. Those are all small counties. Those are all very pro-Republican counties. And in Wayne County, you have in Wayne and in Decatur and in Perry County. In all 3 of those counties, the Republican is doing a bit better than he needs to do to win overall. Running about 15 points ahead of where he needs to be in Wayne County, running about 11 points ahead of where he needs to be to win in Perry County, and running about, how about Decatur County? About 14 points ahead of where he needs to be in Decatur County. Now, these are these smaller, very pro-Republican counties. Big question, for example, is in Davidson County, where she won the early vote by 70%. How is the rest of the vote going to be there in Davidson County? How is the turnout going to be there in Davidson County? Right now on Kalshi, Van Epps is up to a 97% favorite on Kalshi. Hang on a second here. The New York Times current estimate is that they think that Van Epps will win by 5.6%. That's what they think. Again, that is the New York Times current estimate. They believe that the Republican will win by 5.6%, which would certainly be a lot closer than last year when it was 21.5%. And Trump won this district last year by 22%. All right, so some counties are almost done. Houston County is almost done. Hey guys, look at Houston County. It's another one of those Republican, very red, small counties where Van Epps is doing better than he needs to win. Houston County, about 90% of the vote in, and Van Epps is running about 11 points ahead of what he needs to. So we have more votes coming in. 61% of the overall vote counted. A lot of those votes are, there's some big counties left. Williamson has not reported. Williamson, Montgomery, and Davidson. between them. Those three counties have about 40,000 votes between them. So that's going to get us a lot of the way there when they report their election day, although I don't know when that's going to be. Hold on a second here. Zachary Danini with VoteHub believes that Behn would need a miraculous turnout in Nashville, Davidson County on election day to win, given what we're seeing everywhere else. You would need more people than expected to show up, to have shown up today in Davidson and voted for Behn in the Nashville area. The Vicar, our viewer, thinks the swing towards the Democrats is huge. That is the news story here. That's what the Vicar said. Again, this is a district that was that Trump won by 22 points. Hang on a moment. Thanks for your patience. Give me one moment here. Really appreciate you guys being here for our live coverage. We're going to have all kinds of, we're going to be covering primaries throughout 2026. We will have primary coverage for you guys in 2026. Lots of different primary elections before the general election. Hey, thanks also to Herden Doozer. Herden Doozer says, when Epps wins, you wait, the left will say, oh, he didn't win by the margin Trump did in 2024. Well, like I said, you can't compare this to a presidential election. Cope harder, lefties. Wow, that's what Herden Doozer said. The reason the special election is happening is because the Republican who won last year by 21.5 points in this district, he resigned about halfway through the year to go work in for a private company in the private sector. So that's why we're having this special election tonight in the 7th District of Tennessee. All right. So we're still waiting. We're kind of stuck right now. I mean, the really big question looks to be, what is Davidson County going to do with its election day vote? The New York Times current estimate is that, where did it go? The New York Times current estimate is Van Epps by roughly 5.5%. You know what's interesting? Well, one interesting thing is I know on betting markets, some betting markets had these bets where you could bet on margin of victory, and some of them had like you could bet between 0 to 5%, and 5 to 10%. So if it comes out, if it's around a 5% margin, that could be right near that line. Our viewers, 1965 Pompade says, wait for the late vote. Who knows? Maybe there'll be a big surprise in Davidson. Peep TB God says Republicans think they are popular with this vote, not realizing this is a huge swing away from Trump, even if she loses. Hey, thanks, Jonathan Manson. Jonathan says everything depends on early voting now. Well, the early vote is all in. Jonathan, I believe all of the early vote is in now. So I think all we're waiting for now is election day vote, if I have that right. Thank you so much, Jonathan Manson 1. I really appreciate it. I think a few more votes trickled in there. We're kind of stuck on 61.6%. We're stuck on around 61% of the total vote in. Thanks, Commander John, for your support. We are waiting for more results to come in, bringing you live, breaking news coverage. Of this special election for a U.S. House seat in the 7th District of Tennessee. Nathaniel Rakich, who is a elections expert with VoteBeat US, he says Behn needs Davidson to come up big. So two different, I've seen multiple elections experts now saying, given what they're seeing, really the only hope for Behn is that Davidson had a huge election day turnout for her. That's her only chance. Davidson is Nashville. Nashville, I think in 2022, the Republican legislature redistricted and split up. There was, I believe, a district that either had most or all of Nashville, but they split up Nashville between 3 districts. So they put some of the Nashville votes in 3 different districts, and some of them are in this district. Some more votes just came in, I believe. Let me go back and just check that. About 2022. Is that what it was? Was it 2022 when that happened? Or was it earlier? Maybe it was 2020 when that happened or something. I'm trying to look up the history. After the 2020 census, the Tennessee legislature cracked heavily Democratic Nashville between congressional districts. That's according to Wikipedia. Okay, where are we at? 66.9% of the vote in. We still haven't gotten the election day vote in Davidson County. Did we get more votes from Montgomery County? I'm looking for completed counties too. We have 3 complete counties, but we knew that already. Williamson? Van Epps is running ahead of where he needs to be in Williamson by about 7%. All right, hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. I'm checking also what some elections experts are saying. The New York Times current estimate is that Van Epps will win by 6%. That is the current New York Times estimate. So Montgomery, some of our viewers are commenting about Montgomery County. Montgomery County, the goal. Well, now the other thing about Montgomery County is, I don't know, it says the goal for Van Epps was to lose by only 1.8%, and currently he's winning by 4%. Although with Montgomery, I also don't know within counties. So there might be places within the, I don't know that these votes are coming in equally from each. There might be certain parts of the various counties that are more favorable for one candidate or the other. So I wouldn't even, Montgomery County might not stay exactly the way it is when all the votes are in. I don't know enough about the county. Clarksville is the seat, is this county seat. So about how many votes remaining total? Looks like about, you know what's interesting? Well, this district, well, I did, so it's, just so you know, in the 2024 election, I mean, that's a presidential election year. Just so you can see the difference in terms of voting totals. In the presidential election in 2024 year, the number of people who voted was about 322,000. And then it looks like this is going to be about, 150,000? So it's a huge difference. Right? Because there's about 108,000 votes so far, and it's about 70% in. So 140,000 or something total. Whereas in 2024, it was 330,000 in this district. Oh, did they call it? It looks like they called it. It looks like DDHQ called it. Our viewers noticed that. I think DDHQ has called it, guys. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like to me. Hold on a moment here. Decision Desk HQ has called the race. Decision Desk HQ has called the race. You can see the check mark right there. Let me show you their call. Let me just show it to you. Here it is. They have called it for Matt Van Epps. Breaking news. There is the Decision Desk HQ call. Republican Matt Van Epps projected winner in TN special election. Oops, there's a typo. There it is. Now remember, this is a seat that was a Trump plus 22 last year. Trump plus 22. So it's not, I mean, it would have been a huge upset if Van Epps had not won. But there was a poll about a week and a half ago that had it as a 2-point race. So we'll have to see what the final margin ends up being. But congratulations to Matt Van Epps. We now have about 71% of the vote in. The New York Times thinks it's going to be about a 6% victory for Matt Van Epps. But again, breaking news, Decision Desk HQ has called the race for Matt Van Epps. Thanks, by the way, to Mighty Wind X for being a member. And Decision Desk HQ, I mean, they really, they specialize in elections, so they do not make calls lightly. Hey, thanks to, by the way, Jennifer Johnson for your support. Really appreciate it, Jennifer Johnson. All right, give me a moment here. Hey, guys, I'm going to show you. I'm going to buy it because I don't think I'm going to have it any other way. I think I'll have access. Oh, hold on. I actually, let's see here. Hold on. Hold on a moment. Hold on. I'm going to pull up. I got to buy the feed so we can. I don't think I'm going to have access to Van Epps. I think I'm just going to have access to Behn. I have to do what I can do here. I'll keep an eye on it. If when one of them, if I have the Behn access and she comes out, I'll show it to you. It's a little iffy with the access to the feeds tonight. Hang on a moment here. Give me one moment. Let me actually get that. I'm going to get that on the screen for you. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get up on the screen. I'm going to get for you from AP the Behn event so you can see what she has to say. We're doing it for you. It's going to take a second for me to get that up on the screen for you. I'll make it small and then I'll make it bigger when she starts speaking. That's what I'll do. Just give me a moment here. You're going to see that come up on the screen. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. All right. I am now putting the Behn event. I'm going to get that up on the screen for you. We don't want music, though. No, we don't need music. All right, hold on. So what I'm going to do now is, wait a second here. What's that? Oops. Okay, so what I need to do, now we want to make that small. That is the Behn event, but I got to make it small for you. It's too big right now. It's covering the whole screen. We don't want it to cover the whole screen. We want it to cover just a little bit of the screen. There we go. All right, so I'm gonna put this here, and I'm gonna leave it here, and then we will go to it when she speaks. That is the Behn event. Because I don't want to block everything. Live Behn event. I assume won't she speak first? Usually the person who's not winning speaks first. Am I wrong about this? Hold on a second here. Okay, so again, when she comes out to speak, I'm going to make that big, and we'll see what she says. Yes, we already talked about Decision Desk making a call. That's why it says on the bottom, Republican Matt Van Epps projected winner in Tennessee's projected special election. Oh, we're up to 78% of the vote in. Hey, some more votes came in Davidson County. So 3/4 of the vote is in now in Davidson. And Behn right now, and I mean, she's running about 8 points ahead of what she needed to in Davidson at the moment. But she's running behind. In most of the other counties, she's running behind what she needed to do. So she's doing currently better than she needed to do in Davidson, but not as good as she needed to do in the other counties, in most of them. Thank you so much, Peter Stemmeler, 65. That's really nice of you, Peter. Thank you. Also, Martin Gingrich. Thank you, Martin. Martin says, people don't understand there's always a shift towards opposites party in these midterms type elections. Martin thinks it's no indication of presidential election. Thanks, Goxbirds. Goxbirds thinks one county is embarrassing for a special election. Well, It's that, but it's also the size. I mean, look at the size of the votes. I mean, that's a more urban county with more concentrated votes. The less populated counties tend to be more Republican counties. Oh, did President Trump post? One of our viewers said President Trump posted on Truth Social. Hold on a moment here. President Trump posted 11 hours. Oh, President Trump posted, congrats, Matt. Congratulations, Matt. A big win, President DJT. So President Trump just congratulated Matt Van Epps on his Truth Social. Again, President Trump says, congratulations, Matt, a big win, President DJT. We're waiting for Behn to speak. Look in the Behn event, they have the Kornacki cam on. Can you guys see that? They have the MSNBC feed or the NBC News feed maybe up there at the Behn event. Again, Decision Desk HQ has called it already. I haven't seen any of the news networks call it, but Decision Desk HQ has called it. But right now, Van Epps is up by about 6% in the vote. The New York Times estimate is that the ultimate vote will. The New York Times now says that they believe when it's all said and done, it'll be a 7% margin for Van Epps. So New York Times is estimating now 7%. Kalshi is now 99% odds that Van Epps will win. 6-7. Somebody said 6-7 in the chat. 6-7. Kathy Tuttle said Newsmax called it for Van Epps. All right. We're waiting to hear from Behn. I have the AP feed of the Behn event, so we're going to play her. I don't have a feed right now from the Van Epps event. I'm sorry. I can only use what I have access to. Let me just see if I have. Dave Wasserman also called it 20 minutes ago. Dave Wasserman is a very respected elections analyst, and Dave Wasserman called it even before, I missed this before. Dave Wasserman actually called it before Decision Desk HQ. Texas Katarina says, we're going to keep waiting for Behn. Maybe Behn won't speak until the big news networks have called it. That's going to happen soon, guys. It's now 84% of the vote is in. 84% of the vote is in now. Montgomery County is up to 90%. Van Epps is winning by 4 points in Montgomery County. Now, in 2024, the Republican won by about 20% in Montgomery County. But Van Epps had to get, according to Decision Desk HQ, Van Epps had to the goal for Van Epps was to lose the county by less than 1.8%, and Van Epps is running about 6 points ahead of that. There's still now in terms of the votes that are out there, about half the votes out there, it looks like, or maybe a little less than half, are from Davidson. So those are probably going to favor Behn strongly. just eyeballing it, right? Just eyeballing it. I mean, you feel like about half the votes out there will be strongly favoring Behn, and the rest of the half will be favoring Van Epps, maybe by a bit less. So, but the New York Times projection right now is that this ends up being 7.1% lead for Van Epps. That is what the New York Times is projecting. They're saying 7.1%. Currently, officially, it's a 6.9% lead for Matt Van Epps. NBC has just called it. You are correct. Well, actually, NBC is different from MSNBC now. MS Now just called it. MS Now just called it. Nate Cohn of the New York Times thinks it'll be about a 7% win. But MS Now just called it for Van Epps. The former MSNBC, the current MS Now. Fox News says they're not calling it yet. I'm waiting for Fox News to call it. But MS Now just called it. Hey, thanks Berebeard. Thanks Berebeard for your support. I really appreciate that. Fox News hasn't called it yet. Oh, you know what? It's about an 8% lead right now. I think did more votes came in? I think more votes came in. It's about an 8% lead right now. But there's still that large chunk of votes from Davidson County, which are going to heavily favor Behn probably. So again, I'm seeing estimates of around a 7-point margin when it's all said and done. NBC News has also just called it, guys. NBC News has just called the race for Matt Van Epps. Fox has not called it. CNN has not called it. I expect that to happen very soon. Oh, did the Times change their prediction? New York Times is now saying they predict a 7.7% win for Van Epps. So we're waiting. I have the Behn footage. Tonight, I don't believe I'm going to have the Van Epps footage. It's a little strange because it's this, I don't know. Some elections you get more coverage, but tonight I'm a bit limited. Uh-oh, what's this? Hang on a moment here. Oh. We'll watch Behn speak. And I'm sure you can find Van Epps. It'll be out there. If he's speaking, I'll let you know. I'm expecting Behn to speak first. Am I right about this? Usually the person losing speaks first. Am I right? Yes? I think. Somebody says no, somebody says yes. I mean, with the Mamdani election, Mamdani was the last to speak, right? I remember that. The Sugar-O says concession is first. I think it usually happens that way, but maybe not always. I don't know. The Roswell mayor race, I'll have to check that out. Roswell mayor. I don't know how many votes are expected. It says there's only 9,000 in. I'll have to check that out later. Oh, yes, Davidson is now all in. Davidson is all in. Davidson County went 61-7 for Behn. You know, Behn actually did better in Davidson County. She did 5 points better than she needed to do in Davidson County in Nashville. But the problem is she did worse than she needed to do in those other counties. I guess she could have got more turnout in Davidson County, but you see what I'm saying. But she actually did better than she needed to do there. It looks like maybe in every other county, she didn't in all the other counties, that dot is to the right of that line. So she did better in Davidson than she needed to do, but worse in the other counties than she needed to do, according to the Decision Desk HQ estimates. %93 of the vote in now. Oh, by the way, so you can see that right now the margin is 3.3%, but that margin is going to go up because all of the counties left, Cheatham, Montgomery, Humphreys, well, Montgomery still has about 3,300 votes yet. That's pretty close, but most of the vote left is clearly from counties that are very pro Van Epps. So I'm guessing that that margin's going to get bigger. The New York Times thinks it's going to be 6.2%. That is the current New York Times estimate, a 6.2% win for Van Epps. Currently winning by about 4%. Some more votes just came in. So you can see the votes remaining on the left. Yes, Behn is actually, one of our viewers mentioned, Behn is giving an interview right now to CNN. That is true. Behn is, I believe, I'm looking at it right now. She is on CNN giving an interview. From Nashville. Now she's no longer on CNN. So we're waiting for her to speak, though. We're going to show you her speaking. It's interesting that Fox News hasn't called it yet. I mean, every one of the counties that has votes outstanding is super pro Van Epps, except for Montgomery. And even Montgomery only has about 3,300 votes left, which even if she won all of those, she'd be several thousand votes behind. CNN just called it for Van Epps. CNN has called it as well, guys. It's very interesting that Fox is still not calling it. Fox is going to call it any time now. I mean, geez. But CNN just called it. Trump posted 11 minutes ago, I missed this. He said, congratulations to Matt Van Epps on his big congressional win in the great state of Tennessee. The radical left Democrats threw everything at him, including millions of dollars. Another great night for the Republican Party, President DJT. Now remember, this is a district that President Trump won by 22 points last year. It's a district that Mark Green won by 21.5 points for this seat last year. So it certainly looks like it's going to be closer than last year. Now, the total votes are way different. I mean, it looks like there's going to be about 160,000 votes or something. That's less than half. I think there were about 300. In this election last year, there were 320,000. So the turnout is roughly half of the presidential race year. I don't know what the turnout will be next year. But again, last year, the turnout was about twice this year's turnout. But this is a special election, so it's not even a midterm. Yes, in 2022, as Old Mordim says, 2022, which is a midterm year, it was 180,000. The lead is up to about 4.8% now for Van Epps. I think she's about to come out because the camera is zooming in. So when she comes out, I'm gonna make that big so we can hear her speak. Shark Pup Trek says, so what do we learn for all this? Well, I mean, people are going to be debating that. How much can you read into that this district looks like was about 15% closer, 15 points closer than it was last year? I don't know. There'll be a lot of debate about this. So Aftyn Behn is going to be speaking shortly. And as you can see, seems like they got those counted pretty fast. It's only 9:34 p.m. Good job getting those. I mean, it's not like a. I mean, it's a good job. It's 94 minutes after the polls closed. We have over 95% of the votes in, and then every county has votes counted. I mean, some are less than others, but even the least, every county has 76% or more of the total votes counted. So good job getting it all counted. Old Man Survivor says, yes, Fox says too close to call. Again, pretty much everybody else has called it. I don't know where they think that she's going to find the votes. If you just look at the votes outstanding, there's only about, I don't even know if Behn won every single vote outstanding, whether she'd even catch up. And most of these are from strong Van Epps counties. Computer Geeks R Us thinks Fox is trying to keep up some drama. M. Dawn thinks Van Epps needs to campaign more. Just received a flyer in mail. Never heard of him holding town halls or rallies or anything. I wasn't keeping up with this, throughout the campaign season, so I can't speak to that. President Trump appeared, I think, twice or spoke twice from a long distance on the phone, I believe, at his rallies yesterday. So again, we're waiting to show you Behn speaking any time now. We're expecting her to come out and speak. Should I make it bigger? I feel like people want to see the counties still. Do you want me to make the picture bigger from the Behn event? I can do that if you'd like. Want me to do that? I think it's time. I'll leave the total. I'll leave the total up for now. Let's just take a look at that. I think it's going to be soon. Oops. And let me get on the screen. I'll put the totals up. There. Up. I'm seeing things. Now, I assume there's music going on. Let me just double check this here. Let me double check here and see if there's music. Yeah, they're playing music. They're playing music. They're playing music. This, by the way, do I even know? Is this in Nashville? Is that where it is? I assume it is. Confirm that. Yeah, this is Nashville. There it says vote Aftyn. We got some DJs. We got DJs. Guys, there are only 4 counties with votes right now. Let me just show you this real quick. Let me show you the counties real quick. So if you look there, we only have 4 counties with votes left. There are about 6,400 votes left. And even if Aftyn Behn won all of them, she would not be ahead. The current margin of victory is 5.3%. That'll probably go up some. Peep TB God thinks it's a huge win for Democrats. Hey, thanks Zero Rugrats for your comment. Yeah, my video is a bit more limited tonight than normally is, so we're going to at least watch her speak. Then I'll probably just have to direct you to the Epps speech. Sorry about that. Just the way it turned out tonight with things. I'm looking at Fox is in a commercial right now. Maybe they called it, but they're in a commercial. Oh, AP called it as well. AP has called the race as well. Okay, so AP has called the race. What I should do is move this up a little bit so you can see that it says more than 95%. There are only 3 guys, Montgomery County reported. So look, the only 3 counties with votes outstanding are Hickman, Cheatham, and Williamson. Those are all very pro Van Epps counties. There are only about 3,200 votes outstanding from those 3 pretty red counties. That's it. Hickman, very red, obviously. I mean, they're all very red counties, those 3. So from that vote total there. But so her lead should go up a bit. I mean, his lead should go up a bit. Right now, it's 6.2%. But that's just about all the votes in. Fox is showing that AP called it. That guy from that thing thinks it's not a good look for the GOP. Rose Blake says, "Well, who are the Dems going to blame for losing?" I'm seeing a person sitting down. A person is sitting down. Something's happening, I think. I think she's about to come out, guys. I think Aftyn Behn's about to come out. It seems like something's about to happen. I think they're still playing music, though. Yeah, they're still playing music. It seems like it's about to happen. Well, we're going to be covering lots of primary races. We got big primary coverage coming for you in 2026. Big primary coverage coming your way. I'm looking forward to covering those throughout the year, and we'll be going to DDHQ for their live election results. So we'll be doing a lot of primaries coming your way, guys. Governor, Senate, House, all kinds of things. Ladina thinks this is exactly what the Democrats were expecting. By the way, shout out to our moderators, people like Ruth, and she's over there on YouTube right now. Really appreciate all of our moderators who've been here. Oh, a guy's with a camera or something. What does he have? A phone? Looks like he's recording with his phone. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, Paul Anderson on Facebook, moderating over there. Really appreciate it. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, I got that fire. Sarah and Surly Dev. On Facebook, I thank Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thanks to Cece for your support on Twitch, and Big Dog Gaming for your support, and Gonzalez for subscribing on Twitch. We are waiting to hear from Aftyn Behn. Right now, the current lead for Epps is about 7%. Trademark says, so much can happen in a year, margins be damned. Oh, oops. I'm seeing the camera moving. The camera's moving. Is she coming out now? As soon as the music stops, I'll put it on. Thanks, Juliana Martin, for shouting out the mods. Cynthia Cantor says the fact she is only 8,000 votes behind says a lot about the potential future of elections in Tennessee. Now, she posted that a little while ago. It's about 14,000 votes right now, about 8%. Oh, it's 8%. 8%? Am I right? Van Epps is up by 8%, guys. And there's only about 2,000 votes left. Yes. Van Epps is now up by 8%. There are only 2 counties left to report. Oh, but there's some votes out in Davidson County. Hold on a moment. Look at this. So you can see the only 2 counties with votes left are Williamson with 481 votes. And I guess there's still some votes out in Davidson County, about 1,700. So she might make up a little bit of the deficit. A little bit, but anyways, it's almost all counted. So currently Van Epps is up by 8.7%, but it seems like it'll get a bit closer. Anyway, so maybe it'll be like New York Times currently predicting an 8% win. An 8-point win. That's what New York Times says. All right, we're waiting for her to come out. I see the person coming out. Is he saying anything? Are they playing music? I think they're still playing the music. Yeah, they're still playing music. I'm guessing, so now he's up to like a 9% lead, but I'm guessing that's the Williamson votes. Is that the Williamson votes that just came in? We'll give it a second and see. I think some more votes just came in. In terms of counties, the only thing I'm seeing out there is some from Williamson and some from Davidson. And the Davidson votes will presumably be pretty pro-Behn. So currently his lead is 8.9 points. So we got some of those late votes from some of those very red counties. Again, she should be coming out at any moment now. Any moment now. There again is the county vote. I only see votes outstanding from 2 counties, according to Decision Desk HQ. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot, for your support. Mitchell Pilot says a lot of Democrat cope in the chat, just like how there was a lot of Republican cope for the Mamdani election. We all cope. That's what Mitchell Pilot says. You know, I think if there was a consensus, there was not a consensus about what happened, but I feel like the most common prediction I was seeing is that he would win maybe, you know, by like 5% or so. I feel like that's around the most common thing I saw. So it feels like to me he's doing a bit better than a lot of what was estimated. Now, obviously, that's not nearly as well as the Republicans did last year, when the Republican for this seat won by 21.5 points. But given the expectations coming into the night, what? Hold on a second here. So I'm sorry. So Van Epps is speaking, and I don't have this video for you. Van Epps is speaking. It's actually not showing on any of the networks. It's not even showing on Fox News. You probably can find it maybe on a local station. I have the Aftyn Behn feed here. So Van Epps is speaking. I'm sorry I don't have that. It's a weird night with the footage. Again, but it's not even on Fox News. I'm looking at CNN, MS Now, and Fox News. It's not on any of them. So maybe check out. Live Now on Fox. Somebody said it's on. So you could go to. I guess you could go to Live Now on Fox. Sorry, but you know. Usually I have things. Tonight's election is a little weird. So I'll be showing the Aftyn Behn speech. But yes, Live Now Fox on YouTube. You can go to Live Now Fox on YouTube. I can't steal their footage. I know where to find it. I can't steal it. I have to have the rights to it. Okay? So I know where it is, but I have to have the rights to it. But it's there. But we will be showing you her speak. It's interesting that I figured she would speak before him. So it's clearly not always that the winner speaks last. But again, I mean, you can just go on Live Now Fox on YouTube and check it out. Leslie Ladyhawk says it's also on Fox Nashville. Maybe I can pull up here. Hold on a second. Hold on. He's speaking right now. I have it on my phone. Hold on. He just thanked Trump. He said to Trump, "Your endorsement made the difference and I'll never forget it." Oh, here she comes. She's speaking at the same time. Look at this. Hey guys, they're speaking at the same time. This is kind of weird. So Van Epps is speaking now. But Aftyn Behn is coming out to speak now. Well, there you go. Hey, thanks, Jennifer J25. Well, here we go. We'll watch. Here we go. So we have things going on both stages. That's kind of awkward. That's kind of awkward, but it's about to happen, I guess. Did they stop the music yet or not? No, they're still playing the music. Well, there you go. So two things at the same time. I have the rights to this one, so we'll be watching this one. You'd think they would coordinate it so that one speaks and then the other speaks. It is kind of odd, isn't it? Now, she hasn't started speaking yet, but it even seems weird that they're on the stage while he is speaking. All right, they're positioning people. Tina Myers says rude. But Rakara says different audiences. Nah, different audiences. Baby Cats Now thinks she did it on purpose? I'm seeing clapping. So I assume we'll see her soon. Brian Shy says this is odd to speak at the same time together. Yeah, it is weird. It is weird. You would expect one whole thing to happen and then the other whole thing to happen. So this is odd. I think she's going to say something. Hold on a moment. Is the music stopped?
My name is Charlene Oliver. The People's Senator. I represent the 19th District here in Nashville. And it has been the honor of my life to serve as the political director for the Aftyn Behn for Congress campaign. If you would have told me 10 years ago, when Aftyn and I entered politics, that a room like this would have been filled with believers, I would have slapped your mama. Because now the world knows a new Tennessee is on the rise. Yes. It is because of every person in this room who knocked a door, who wrote a postcard, who phone banked, who made deliveries, who put up yard signs. It is because of you that we are here today, and may the Republicans shake in their boots. So tonight is the start of a new Tennessee. Because we are coming for the 7th Congressional District seats. I want you to know, tonight was not the finish line. It was the starting point. I want to thank everyone who was a part of this campaign team, every elected official, every organizer, every activist, all of the candidates who ran in this race to make this competitive. You all made this what it is. We worked together, and look what we can do when we work together, y'all. I'm so proud. I am so proud of us. Because the world counted us out. The nation counted us out. But we got AOC here. We got Jasmine Crockett here. We brought Ken Martin here. We brought Vice President Al Gore here to let them know we are here to stay. And so we walk out of here with our heads up high. Why? Because we're fighters. And it's because of Aftyn Behn that we have coalesced around, who has given us new hope in Tennessee. Let's give it up for Aftyn Behn, y'all.
I have to wait for the music to stop. I have to wait for the music to stop. Hang on. There she is. We'll hear her speak. By the way, remember, there's another election for this seat next year because this was a special election. So this seat, there'll be another election for this seat next November. All of the House seats. All right, hold on. She's speaking now. Let's watch Aftyn Behn speak. Uh-oh. Hold on. What? She's singing, not speaking. So I have to wait until she stops singing. We'll wait until the song ends. I think they're singing 9 to 5.
Tonight was not what the results we wanted, but thank you from the bottom of my heart. I have a bunch of thank yous, so I want to start with my family and friends that are here tonight. Chris, my parents, Amanda, Mrs. Smith, Kelly, my team, oh my gosh, my campaign team. If you're my campaign team, raise your hand. They worked so hard. They did such a phenomenal job. We outperformed every metric that we needed. They killed it. I want to thank our senior advisors who believed in us, a bunch of ragtag kids from Tennessee who changed the course of this country. I want to thank the county parties who stepped up, who donated, who supported us day in and day out, who canvassed every single day to get out the vote. Could not be here without you. And I want to thank my colleagues, a lot of them who are up here and over here, who stood by me and have been in the trenches in the Tennessee legislature and across this state, taking back power and restoring democracy every day. And I want to thank the Equity Alliance. We've got a lot of groups represented, Planned Parenthood, Turk, all of the groups who have been knocking doors, building power, the hard, laborious power, day in and day out of rebuilding our democracy. And although tonight is not the final result of what we wanted, but it is the beginning of something so powerful in Tennessee and across the South. I am so proud of the race that we won. The Republicans made these districts to be uncompetitive. They wanted us to back down, and we did not back down. We showed up. Our campaign raised $2.8 million, outraising our opponent. And from everyday people, not the Billionaire Boys Club, not Trump's Billionaire Boys Club, but from nurses and teachers in Clarksville and Dixon and young people who donated $5 or $10 to get us over the finish line. We knocked on 70,000 doors. We made over 185,000 calls. We had conversations on porches and churches and gas stations. We recruited 1,500 volunteers and ran one of the largest one-day canvasses in the entire state that the state has seen in years, proving that when you speak with people with dignity and respect, they show up. And And nobody in Washington believed we could get even this close. This was a 22-point race. They created these districts to be uncompetitive, but they don't understand Tennessee. They don't understand the South. They don't understand our stubborn hope of people who have been underestimated for decades. But you all understood it. You carried hope, and because of you, you put them on the run in a district they thought they could buy easy double digits, and we showed them that is not the case. And this campaign was rooted in something that's deeper than politics. We ran on an idea that government should work for working people. That families shouldn't be bankrupted by medical bills, that rural hospitals should stay open, and that healthcare costs shouldn't go up because someone in Washington wants a talking point. We ran on the belief that our story in Tennessee is bigger than the cynicism that has held this state hostage for decades. And tonight, because I believe in Southern hospitality, I called the Congressman-elect, Matt Van Epps, and I had one question for him. What will define what happens next? Do not let the Affordable Care Act subsidies expire. Do not raise healthcare costs for working families in Tennessee. But this isn't the end of our story. It's not even close. Because what we have built here in this district, this grassroots movement, is part of something bigger that is happening across the South and is happening across this country. Because we are tired of people outside of this state telling us that the South is backwards, that it's hopeless, and it's destined to be ruled by the same powerful people again and again. The South is not silent because the South has something to say. At Tennessee, we are leading the way. We have inspired an entire country. They are with us tonight, and they are so proud. They are so proud of what we were able to do. And we may not have won tonight, but we changed the story of what's possible here. And we're not done. Not by a long shot. So tomorrow, we keep fighting. Tomorrow, we keep building. Tomorrow, we keep organizing. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for believing in each other. And thank you for believing in a South that refuses to be quiet. This campaign proved that Tennessee is full of people who want to build something better, something that belongs to all of us. So tonight isn't the end. It is the beginning of a next chapter of Tennessee and American politics. One of possibility, one of power, and one of progress for the people that we love. So thank you. Let's keep going. We're not done. Not now. Not ever. Thank you.
So that was Aftyn Behn. You heard her. And she said that she talked about how she thought it was a achievement for them that they kept it below double digits. Again, this is a district that President Trump won by 22 points last year, and that the previous Republican representative won by 21.5 points last year. The current margin is about 8.8%. And I believe, according to Decision Desk HQ, that all but 50 votes are counted. So it looks like it's going to be about an 8.8, about a 9% point win, about a 9-point win for Matt Van Epps. Congratulations to Matt Van Epps. This race got a lot of national attention in the last couple weeks because polls showed it close. But Matt Van Epps winning by about 9%. So I will let you, decide what you take away from all this. The turnout about half of what it was. Actually, not a little more than half. So last year the turnout was about 320,000. And then in 2022 it was about 180,000. So it looks like it'll be similar to the 100 to the 2022 turnout. But again, a reminder, this seat and all of the House seats, every single House seat, including this one, is up for election next year. So we'll be covering this. Obviously, we'll have midterm elections coverage, but we're going to be covering primaries throughout next year. All kinds of primaries, House, Senate, governor, who knows what else, but we'll be covering primaries all throughout the year, and so I look forward to covering those for you. I'm sorry we couldn't show you Van Epps as well. They ended up speaking, well, kind of at the same time, but I'm sorry I couldn't show you Van Epps as well. It just worked out that way tonight, but one is better than zero. And Trump speaking tomorrow at 2:30. Yeah, so guys, pretty regularly, the Trump team will come out and say Trump is making an announcement. And that doesn't mean like it's some huge, big thing. That happened today, and the announcement was about Trump accounts. I'm not saying it's nothing. I'm just saying when the White House schedule comes out and says Trump's going to make an announcement, if it doesn't specify what he's going to say, you shouldn't assume like we're going to war or something. And I actually saw some story earlier tonight about what he's going to announce, and it's not like we're going to war. So I forget what I saw, but it seemed like something kind of more everyday. Sometimes it might be about the World Cup or about some kind of agreement with a drug manufacturer. Just to be clear, if you see Trump is making an announcement tomorrow, you shouldn't assume that it's some kind of, some major thing that nobody's aware of that's suddenly happening. But I saw something about it before, and I forget what it specifically was for tomorrow. I don't know. I forget what it's specifically going to be tomorrow. Anyways. Yes, all the counties are done except for 50 votes, according to Decision Desk HQ. You can see right there. Every county. Stewart, it says 50 votes, but... And, it's interesting. In Davidson County, Behn ended up doing... That's interesting. Even in Davidson County, Behn did a little worse than she needed to do. So I don't think there was one county where Decision Desk HQ projected what Behn would need to do to win, basically in each county, where she needed to look to be. And she didn't get it in any county. Even in Davidson, she was a bit behind where she needed to be. The Epstein files, when they're released, I'll let you know. It's 30 days from the from Trump signing the bill. Austin Batman says Republicans now have a 220 to 213 majority in the House. Hey, thanks so much to Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda thinks the media set the goalpost and Van Epps overperformed those expectations. By the way, thanks also to Panergic Jester and Gary Dubon. I didn't see that. Gary Dubon, thank you, and Jennifer J25. Thanks also Big Dog Gaming for all your support. Okay, so... Godzilla says not close, but a lost is a loss. People still hanging out there. So, I think both sides have something to take away from this if they want to, but who knows how things will turn out next year? Was there ever an update on the... hold on a second here. We were talking about the Roswell mayor race. Roswell, Georgia. where I think it's a Democrat versus a Republican, but this might be all about local issues. Anyways, you can see here, if you were wondering about Roswell mayor race, I'll show you. Roswell, Georgia mayor race. Where is it? Mary Robichaux won by about 1,000 votes. 17,800 voters. But that really wasn't nationally talked about much. I saw something, and I think in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, that said some people might read into it. But I didn't really see a lot of discussion about that in a national sense. This was the big national. I think there were some Georgia races people were wondering about tonight. But this is like the big one that was seen as having like possibly big national implications. Where is the... Hold on. I'll see if I can find something really quick. I'll just see if I can find something about that. Can I find something about that? If not, I'll just leave it be, and we won't talk about Roswell anymore. No, I don't have anything for you on that. I'm going to leave that be. Well, guys, thanks, Not a Cat Lady, for watching. I really appreciate. No, I don't have the Epps speech. I don't have the rights for it. He already spoke. So I'm sorry I couldn't show that to you tonight. It's different than normal. Well, a lot of times I'll have the rights to things, but tonight I didn't have the rights to that. So I'm sorry, but you can go back if you. It's. I believe it was on Fox Nashville. It was on Live Now from Fox on YouTube, so you could probably go there and just rewind the Live Now from Fox broadcast if it lets you do that. So I'm sorry that I couldn't show you that. I would have liked to, but that's the way the footage worked out. I can't steal the footage, and I can show you this headline here. See, it's in the news. Trump-backed Republican Matt Van Epps wins U.S. House special election in Tennessee. Van Epps said tonight at his victory party, politicians who run from the president or abandon the common sense policies that the American people gave us a resounding mandate on do so at their own peril. No matter what the DC insiders or the liberal media say, this is President Trump's party. I am proud to be a part of it and can't wait to work. He ran as a big supporter of President Trump. In a statement earlier, he vowed to be all in with Trump in Congress. Dude Cowser thinks she lost because she's annoying and can't make a video without the finger-pointing, hand-waving thing? That's what Dude Cowser said. Okay, so guys, I think we did what we came to do. We covered the election. I had a lot of fun watching it with you guys and following things. And I look forward to doing more of the election streams as we get into 2026. There's going to be all kinds of primaries coming up, and we're going to be doing lots of election streams in 2026. So I really appreciate you guys tuning in. C. Chase says, can't wait for the election streams. It's going to be fun. And I also really appreciate the Decision Desk HQ. So they're letting me use their platform to bring you the live election results, and they're developing this platform, which is great. I pay them to use their platform, certainly, but they let me do that, which is great. And this is this thing called Decision Desk HQ Votes, which it's a platform they're developing, and it's not even public yet. It's in beta testing. But if you want to get on the wait list to have access to this when it goes public, you can go to votes.decisiondeskhq.com. Eventually, it's going to be a public site, I think. So I'll put the link in the chat, but it's votes.decisiondeskhq.com. decisiondeskhq.com. And they're making changes and improvements to it, and it'll be even better when we get to 2026. I'll be able to manipulate things more and show you the maps and everything. So, but it was really cool being able to show you the county stuff tonight. The county stuff was fantastic. So that I really enjoyed being able to show you this stuff here on the left with all the counties. And also their projected target in each county. That was just very helpful to have. So that kind of stuff is super helpful. Let's see. Thanks, Gary Dubon, our new member. Thank you. So I really appreciate you guys tuning in. And if you want, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. And if there's, big news tonight or tomorrow or whatever, well, I'll come on there and do another live stream. You can follow me on X for news coverage when I'm not on the air. Oops. Oh, no. Everything's falling apart. Let's fix this. At Lookner on X, that is my X account. That is where I cover breaking news over there on X, if you're over on X, at Lookner. And I would suggest, by the way, our viewer Chris Bartels says, even though it's politics, it's much better than other breaking news with bad outcomes. I would suggest turning on the notifications for the channel. I never know when big new news is going to happen, and I'm going to have to rush on the air and cover something. So if you don't want to miss a live stream, turn on our notifications. We do a free notification system. We do it through Discord. It works really well. The mods can post a link to the notifications in the chat, and you can find the link to the notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. Let's see here. And I really appreciate our moderator. First, also, I appreciate everybody who's been sending comments, and we got to read a lot of comments tonight, which was great. Speaking of which, hold on a second here. Rachel Jin says, why do Democrats always get their hopes up like that? I mean, I don't know that a lot of Democrats thought this was going to be a win. I think maybe more Democrats thought it might be a bit closer. I mean, some of them were certainly hoped to win this. But, I mean, what is it now? It's about 9%. So I think Democrats will be obviously happier it's closer than last year, but wanted to do a bit better. Tim Raynaud thinks this is not anti-Trump sentiment. A lot of Trump supporters stay home today and protest over the Republican primary results. Don't believe the message against Trump rhetoric. That's what Tim Raynaud said. Sorry, I was just taking some... Oh, DDHQ. I didn't even see this. Where did they post that? Sorry. I'm sorry. Thanks. Scott sent me something. I'll have to look that up later, Scott. Thanks. Okay. Let's see. I want to thank our moderators, too. Let's thank our moderators. I really appreciate it. We had people with different views in our chat tonight, which is great that we can have a chat where people can get together and chat. But that's thanks to our moderators. We couldn't do that without our moderators, keeping things civil and respectful in the chat. So thanks too much to all of them, like on YouTube, Ruth and Leslie Ladyhawk. Thanks for being there, and all of our other YouTube moderators who've been there. Also on Twitch, people like I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Surly Dev, and all of our other Twitch moderators. Thanks to Big Dog Gaming again for all your support. Really appreciate that, Big Dog Gaming. Over on Facebook, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Shannon Davis Hughes, Margaret Riley. Big thanks for moderating there. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Huge thanks to all of our moderators. And thanks everybody who donated to that. So nice of you guys. Really appreciate it. That's what allows me to buy news footage and buy election data and all these things and keeps the channel on the air. So huge thanks to all of you. That's really kind of you. And if you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thanks so much. Did I get everybody? Let me make sure I got everybody. I think I did. I think I thanked everybody. I think I did. Let's see. Barcodable. Thanks for subscribing over on Twitch, Barcodable. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Discord chat. It's free. Check it out. A lot of our viewers like doing that Discord chat. It's the same link as the link to sign up for the free notifications. So check out our Discord chat. And speaking of Discord, thanks to all of our Discord moderators for all you do. Big thanks, Discord moderators. Another good way to find out when we're going live, if you are on X, is follow us at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. And our viewer Dan Stryker thinks Trump pulled Van Epps to victory. I should mention, for those who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications See, it's another good way to find out when we're live. But if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is you need to subscribe to the channel and then click on the bell and then choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you've clicked on the bell and you've chosen all notifications so you get our notifications. Hey, I also want to shout out our Twitch subscribers who support the channel. Thank you so much, like Wall Street and Shaggy and Barcodable. Thank you. And Gonzalez and Amalian and Jack's Animals. Thank you. And I Got That Fire and Big Dog Gaming. Thank you so much for all your support. Devil Doc, thank you for subscribing over there. Really appreciate all of our Twitch subscribers. Thank you. And all the others I might have missed. Oh, Cece. Thank you, Cece, for subscribing. Also, our Facebook subscribers like Chuck Mosca and Martha Crawford. Shannon Davis Hughes, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Robert Real II, Sharon Klassen Goslin. Thank you. And all of our other Facebook subscribers, thanks so much for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks Donna Moore for watching over there too. Audrey Burbank for watching. Brian Shy. Lisa Cooper. Thanks also to our YouTube members. Thanks so much for being members on YouTube. People like Waltham, Mass, Marcus Planespotting, Germany, Patricia Grace, Evelyn in Maine, Wednesday Graves, Chris N., Larry Martinez, Eric Johnson, Mason D., Sea Chase, all of our other YouTube members, Michael Michaels, and everybody else watching. Thanks Godzilla for watching. But again, had a lot of fun watching and talking about the election with you guys tonight. We'll do it again in 2026. All right, guys. Stasha Morgan, thanks for watching. Barry Eisler. Juliana Martin. Shanks. Lick Osmosis. Fast Eddie. Spark Plug. Thanks for watching on Twitch. All right, guys. So we are wrapping this up. Congratulations to Matt Van Epps. That is it for now. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. New Planet AI, thanks for being a member. Jay David, thanks for being a member. That is it for now. Thank you for watching our live special election coverage. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.